There is a particular kind of quiet that belongs to a rented room in a foreign city. You have probably known it once or twice. A hotel on a work trip, a relative's spare bedroom, somewhere the furniture was chosen by somebody else, for nobody in particular, and the light through the shutters falls in stripes you did not arrange. It is not a lonely quiet exactly. It is more neutral than that. The room does not know you. It is simply holding you for a while. Tonight, we are going to spend some hours in one of those rooms. It is on the third floor of a narrow building on a street called Via Carlo Alberto in the city of Turin in the north of Italy. The year is 1888, turning into 1889. Below the window there is a newspaper kiosk and an arcade of stone columns, and beyond that a square. The building belongs to a family named Fino. The father, Davide Fino, sells newspapers. His wife keeps the lodgings. They have a lodger upstairs, a German gentleman, very polite, rather short-sighted, with a moustache that is difficult to forget. He has been there, on and off, for most of a year. He pays on time. He is quiet. He plays the piano in the evenings, sometimes for a long time, sometimes very loudly, and the family does not mind. He eats simply. He walks a great deal. He writes most of the day in a small hand, in notebooks, and on loose sheets, and he posts a remarkable number of letters. His name is Friedrich Nietzsche. He is 44 years old. And in the room above the newsstand, in the last months of 1888, he is doing the most productive work of his life. Not a little more than usual, enormously more. In the space of a single year, he finishes 4 books. He revises a 5th. He drafts poems. He writes hundreds of letters. He tells his friends over and over that he has never felt so well, that the air of Turin agrees with him, that his eyes have stopped hurting, that the food is good, that he sleeps. By the 8th of January 1889, he will be on a train out of Italy in the care of a friend, and he will never write another book or another letter that anyone could call ordinary, or hold a coherent conversation again in the 11 years that remain to him. Tonight is not about that ending. Not mainly. Tonight is about the man in the room while he was still entirely there. What he was doing. What he thought he had found. What it cost him to find it. And why, of all the philosophers whose names you half remember from school, his is the one that keeps coming back. There is no urgency in any of this. It happened a very long time ago, in a country most of us have only visited, to a man who has been dead for well over a century. Nothing here needs you to do anything. You can let the sentences come and go. If you drift off in the middle of a paragraph, the paragraph will not mind, and neither will he. Let me put the room around you first, since we will be coming back to it. Turin in winter is cold and dry and orderly. It was built by kings, and it looks it. Long straight streets, arcades on both sides so that you can walk half the city in the rain without getting wet. A river, the Po, at the bottom of the slope. Beyond the roofs, on clear mornings, the Alps stand up white along the whole northern horizon, close enough to seem unreasonable. He loved it immediately. He said so in letter after letter. He liked the paving. He liked that the cafes were good and cheap. He liked that people left him alone. He liked above all the light, which in that city in the cold months is a very particular thing, thin and gold and level, coming down the long streets in the late afternoon as if it had been aimed. For a man who had spent most of a decade moving between cheap boarding houses in search of a climate that would not make him ill, this mattered more than it sounds. He had been chasing weather for years. Genoa, nice. Rapallo, Sils Maria in the Swiss mountains in the summers, always with the same luggage, the same headaches, the same trunk of books. And here, at last, in a rented room over a newsstand, he found somewhere that let him work. So that is where we begin. Not with a collapse, with a man who has finally found a good room. Let me give you the street, since we will be returning to it. Via Carlo Alberto runs off the piazza of the same name, in the part of Turin the Savoy kings laid out on a grid. The buildings are 4 and 5 stories, ochre and grey, with shuttered windows and iron balconies. At ground level, on both sides, the arcade, stone columns holding up the upper floors so that the pavement runs under cover for street after street. In the rain, the city sounds different under there. Footsteps carry. Number 6 is unremarkable. It is unremarkable now, and there is a plaque on it now, and people photograph the plaque and then look up at the windows and try to work out which one it was. Inside, stairs. 3 flights, stone, worn in the middle where everybody has stepped for a century. A landing. A door. And behind the door, a room that a man rented by the month because it was cheap and quiet and the light was good in the morning. That is all the geography you need. Hold the stairs and the arcade and the window over the newsstand and let everything else go soft. Chapter 2, The Shape of the Year. To understand how strange 1888 was, you have to know what the years before it looked like. For most of his adult life, Nietzsche had been ill. Not dramatically, not in a way that put him in a bed for months, but constantly and unpredictably. Blinding headaches that lasted for days. Vomiting. Eyes that failed him for hours at a time, so that he could not read or write and had to lie in a dark room and wait. Stretches of a week or 10 days lost, then a few clear days, then another attack. He kept lists of his good days. There were not many. He had given up his professorship because of it. That is worth pausing on, because the professorship was not a small thing. He had been appointed to the University of Basel at 24 years old before he had even finished his doctorate, on the strength of his teacher's recommendations alone. The university simply wrote to Leipzig and asked them to award the degree without the usual examination, and Leipzig did. He was the youngest man to hold such a chair in the German-speaking world. 10 years later, at 34, he resigned. His health had made teaching impossible. Basel, to its enormous credit, gave him a pension anyway, and that small annual sum is what kept him alive and moving for the rest of his working life. So from 1879 onward, he had no post, no institution, no colleagues, no students, and no fixed address. He had a pension, a trunk, and a set of chronic symptoms. He went where the weather was tolerable. He wrote in the intervals. The books came out of those intervals. Short sections, aphorisms, paragraphs that could be finished in a good hour, because a good hour might be all there was. People sometimes assume the fragmentary style of his writing was a literary choice. It was partly that. It was also a man writing in the gaps between headaches, and the books did not sell. This is the part that is hardest to believe now, when his name is on a shelf in every bookshop in the world. In his lifetime, almost nobody read him. His publisher lost money. He paid for some of the printings himself. Of one of his most important books, the fourth part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra, he had 40 copies printed privately and gave most of them away because there was no commercial interest at all. He wrote to friends, half joking and not joking, that he was writing for readers who did not yet exist. Now put 1888 against that background. In that 1 year, in Turin and in the mountains, he wrote The Case of Wagner. He wrote Twilight of the Idols. He wrote The Antichrist. He wrote Ecce Homo, which is an autobiography of a kind nobody had written before. He assembled Nietzsche contra Wagner out of older material. He finished the Dionysian Dithyrambs, a set of poems. 4 books and 2 compilations in 12 months by a man who had spent a decade unable to work for more than a few hours at a stretch. And the letters from that year say again and again in different words, I have never been so well. I am in astonishingly good spirits. My health is excellent. The weather is perfect. Everything I touch is working. There is a reading of that year which says, this was the peak, a man at the height of his powers, in the right city, finally producing at the rate his mind had always been capable of. There is another reading which says, the euphoria and the productivity were themselves a symptom, the first visible edge of whatever was coming. Both readings have been argued seriously by serious people for 130 years, and neither has won. We will come back to that. For now, hold both of them loosely, the way you hold 2 possible explanations for a sound in the house at night, and let neither one settle. There is one more number worth putting beside those books, because it changes how the year reads. He was 44. His father had died at 35. His own working life, by any reasonable estimate he could have made, was going to be short. He had said so in letters for a decade, without much drama, as a planning assumption. So the pace of 1888 was not only euphoria, whatever else it was also a man who believed he was running out of time, doing the arithmetic and deciding to spend everything. You can find that in the letters. If you look past the grand claims, there is a repeated note of getting it down, finishing, clearing the desk, making sure the arguments exist somewhere outside his own head before whatever was going to happen happened. That is a different thing from mania, and it may have been present alongside it. A man can be both elevated and correct about his own deadline. Chapter 3. What he actually did all day. The daily life of a philosopher is almost always duller than the philosophy, and that is exactly why it is restful to hear about. He got up early. He worked in the morning when his eyes were best. He wrote in pencil first and then in ink, or he wrote directly into small notebooks that he carried on walks. His handwriting was small and in the last years increasingly difficult, and his friends complained about it. He walked. This is the detail everyone who studies him keeps returning to, because it is not incidental. He walked for hours every day, in every city he lived in all weather. He said that only thoughts arrived at by walking had any value. He composed while moving and wrote down afterward what he had composed. Whole books were assembled that way, sentence by sentence, on paths. In Turin, the walking was easy. Flat streets, arcades against the rain, the hill across the river when he wanted a climb. He had a route, he went to the same cafe, he bought the same things. He liked being anonymous in a city where nobody had read him, which was, at that point, every city. He ate carefully, because his stomach punished him otherwise, and he wrote to his mother and sister about food in a level of detail that is either endearing or exasperating, depending on your mood. In the evenings he played the piano. He had trained seriously as a young man and had composed music himself, and he improvised for long stretches. The Fino family remembered it. It was, they said later, the thing they most associated with him. And he wrote letters, hundreds of them, to Peter Gast, who was a composer and his most devoted helper, and who copied out his manuscripts because his own hand was so bad. To Franz Overbeck, the theologian in Basel, who had been his colleague and who remained, to the end, the steadiest friend he had. To his mother Franziska in Naumburg. To Georg Brandes, a Danish critic who had done something nobody else had done, which was to give a series of public university lectures on Nietzsche's philosophy while Nietzsche was alive to hear about it. That last one is worth sitting with. In 1888, in Copenhagen, a well-known critic stood up in front of an audience and spoke for several sessions about the work of a German writer nobody in Denmark had heard of. 300 people came. Brandes wrote to tell him. For a man who had been publishing into silence for 15 years, this was the first real sound coming back. He wrote to Brandes with an eagerness that is difficult to read without feeling something. He sent him books. He suggested other people Brandes might tell. He asked, in effect, whether there might be more of this. That is the ordinary shape of the days. Morning work, long walk, simple food, piano in the evening, letters. A quiet man in a good room in a cold, clear city, doing the best work of his life, and receiving, for the first time, the faint beginning of a reply. One more habit deserves mentioning, because it explains the shape of the sentences. He dictated to himself, not to a person. He composed aloud on the walks, saying the phrases and adjusting them by ear. Everybody who has written about his prose eventually notices that it is built for the voice. The rhythms are speech rhythms, the paragraphs have breath in them, the aphorisms land the way a spoken line lands. That is not an accident of talent, it is a working method forced on him by his eyes. For years at a time he could not read for more than a short stretch without pain, and could not write for long either. So the composition had to happen where the eyes were not needed, which was outdoors, moving, in the head, out loud. It is one of the odder facts about him. The most quotable philosopher in the German language wrote that way, partly because he could not see well enough to do it any other way. Chapter 4. The Boy in the Parsonage. To know why the room in Turin mattered so much, you have to go back to the beginning, which is a small village in Prussian Saxony called Recurrence. He was born there on the 15th of October 1844 in the Parsonage. His father, Carl Ludwig Nietzsche, was the Lutheran pastor. His mother, Franziska, was 20 years old. There would be a sister, Elizabeth, and a younger brother, Ludwig Joseph. The village was flat and green and unremarkable. The church had a low tower. The parsonage had a garden. It is the sort of childhood setting that gets described as idyllic by people who did not have to live there through a winter, and it lasted almost exactly 4 years. In 1848, his father became ill. The symptoms were neurological. He suffered from headaches, then from what the family called a softening of the brain, then from a long decline that the boy watched at close range in a small house. He died in the summer of 1849. He was 35 years old. 6 months later, the younger brother died too, still a baby. The family lost the parsonage, because the parsonage belonged to the church, and the church now needed a pastor. Franziska took her 2 surviving children to Naumburg to live with her late husband's mother and 2 unmarried sisters. So from the age of 5, the boy grew up in a household of women, in mourning, in rented rooms, on a small pension. There are 2 things worth noticing here, and I will not push either of them very hard. The first is that he lost his father to a neurological illness at 4 years old, and that, for the rest of his life, whenever his own head began to hurt in a way that frightened him, he had a template for what that might mean. He mentioned it. He wondered about it in writing. When he was ill in his 30s, he sometimes said plainly that he expected to go the way his father had gone, and at roughly the same age. The second is that a childhood spent in a house of grieving adults tends to produce a certain kind of child, watchful, very well behaved, old for his age. The other boys at his school in Naumburg called him the little pastor. He was serious. He read the Bible aloud with an intensity that made other children uncomfortable. He wrote poems and small pieces of music. He kept notebooks. At 14, he won a place at Schulpforta, one of the most demanding boarding schools in Germany, a former Cistercian monastery that produced classicists the way some schools produce athletes. 6 years there, Latin and Greek from early morning, strict hours, very little freedom. He was good at it in a way that was noticed at once, and he was often ill, and he was frequently alone. By the time he left, at 19, he had 2 things that would define the rest of his life. He had a training in classical philology so thorough that he could read Greek the way most of us read a newspaper. And he had quietly, and without any drama at all, stopped believing in God. He did not announce it. He wrote to his family about it awkwardly, over time, and it caused pain. But the loss was not the interesting part to him. The interesting part, the part he would spend 25 years on, was the question underneath it. If that goes, what holds up everything that was resting on it? His mother should be given a moment here, because she is easy to lose in this story, and she is in it from the first page to the last. Franziska Oehler was 17 when she married. She was 21 when her husband began to fail, 22 when he died, and 23 when the second child died. She had 2 children left and no house and a small pension, and she moved into a home run by her mother-in-law and 2 sisters-in-law, where she was not the woman of the house and would not be for years. She raised a son who became, by his 20s, a person she could not follow. He stopped believing in the God her husband had preached. He wrote books she did not understand and that other people told her were shocking. She worried about him constantly, sent him food and clothing and money she did not have, and told him more than once that she wished he would take a normal post and settle. He found her exasperating and wrote unkind things about her in the last year. And when everything ended, she came and got him and looked after him for 7 years, personally, without help, until she died. There is not much philosophy in that either. Chapter 5. The youngest professor in Germany. He went to Bonn, then followed his teacher Friedrich Nietzsche to Leipzig. He was, by every account, extraordinary. Nietzsche said publicly that in 40 years of teaching he had never seen a young man like him. 2 things happened at Leipzig that changed the shape of everything after. The first was a second-hand bookshop. He found a copy of Arthur Schopenhauer's The World as Will and Representation, took it back to his room, and read it the way people occasionally read one book in their lives, which is to say, without stopping, and with a feeling of being personally addressed. Schopenhauer's picture was bleak and clean. Underneath the world of appearances, there is a blind striving, a will that does not want anything in particular and cannot be satisfied. We are that will. We want, and getting produces a short relief and then a new wanting, and the cycle does not resolve. The honest responses are art, compassion, and finally, a kind of renunciation. Nietzsche was 21. He accepted all of it. He would spend the next 2 decades taking it apart again, but he never stopped treating Schopenhauer as the man who had told him the truth first. The second thing was Richard Wagner. They met in Leipzig in 1868. Wagner was 55, already famous, already surrounded by people who agreed with him. Nietzsche was 24 and nobody. They talked about Schopenhauer, whom they both revered, and about Greek tragedy, and Wagner did what Wagner did to gifted young men, which was to make them feel that they had been recognized at last. Then, in 1869, came the appointment. The University of Basel needed a professor of classical philology. Ritschl recommended him in terms so extravagant that the university took the unusual step of hiring a man who had not finished his doctorate. Leipzig then awarded the doctorate without examination or dissertation on the strength of published work. He was 24 years old. He was the youngest man in the German-speaking world holding such a chair. He had to give up his Prussian citizenship to take a Swiss post, and he never took another nationality, so for the rest of his life he was, technically, stateless. Basel is an hour or so from Lucerne, where Wagner and Cosima were then living at Tribschen. He went there constantly. He was, for a few years, effectively a member of that household, arriving for Christmas, running errands, treated as a brilliant young son of the house. It is important to say that this was the happiest period of his life, and that he said so afterward when everything about it had gone wrong. It is worth pausing on what a chair in classical philology meant in 1869, because it explains what he threw away. Philology was not a small field. It was arguably the queen of the German university system, the discipline that had made German scholarship the envy of Europe. It was rigorous, technical, cumulative, and prestigious. To hold a chair in it at a good university was to be set for life at 24, with a salary, a household, standing in the town, and a clear path to the top of a profession. He kept it for 10 years and effectively burned its future in year 3. That is a thing worth noticing about him, and it recurs. Given a choice between a secure position and saying the thing he actually thought, he never once chose the position. Not with Wagner, not with the profession, not with his family, not with his publisher, and not with his own earlier books, which he attacked in later prefaces with the same energy he brought to everybody else's. You can call that integrity, or you can call it an inability to compromise, and both descriptions fit the same behavior. Chapter 6, the book that ended the career. In 1872, he published his first book. It was called The Birth of Tragedy Out of the Spirit of Music. It argued that Greek tragedy came from the tension between two forces, which he named after two gods. The Apollonian is form, boundary, image, the dream that has edges. The Dionysian is dissolution, music, intoxication, the loss of the separate self in something larger. Tragedy worked because it held both at once and let an audience look at the terrible shape of existence without being destroyed by it. Then it argued in its later pages that Socrates had ruined this by insisting that the world could be understood and corrected by reason, and that European culture had been thin ever since, and that the cure had now arrived in the form of Richard Wagner's music dramas. You can see immediately what the problem was. It was not a work of philology. It had no footnotes to speak of. It made large claims about the health of an entire civilization. And it ended in what looked like advertising for a living composer who happened to be the author's close personal friend. The profession's response was swift. A young scholar named Ulrich von Wilamowitz-Moellendorff, who would go on to be one of the greatest classicists of the century, published a pamphlet demolishing it. The title translates roughly as Philology of the Future, and it was not a compliment. He accused Nietzsche of ignorance, of carelessness, of abandoning scholarship for mysticism. The effect on Nietzsche's academic career was close to fatal. Students stopped enrolling in his lectures. For one semester, in a university where his chair was a distinguished one, he had almost nobody in the room. Colleagues were embarrassed for him. The field had decided he was not serious. He never really recovered his standing as a philologist, and after a few years, he stopped trying to. I want to be careful about how this gets told, because there is a temptation to make it a story about a misunderstood genius and a jealous establishment. It is not quite that. Wilamowitz was largely right about the scholarship. The book is not good philology. It is something else, which is a work of philosophy in the shape of a classical monograph, written by a man who had not yet realized that was what he wanted to do. What matters for tonight is the effect on him. At 28, in his first real professional test, He wrote the truest thing he could, and the people whose approval he had spent 15 years earning told him it was worthless. He learned from it. Not to be more careful. The opposite. He learned that he was not going to get where he was going by being acceptable, and he stopped trying to be. There is a detail in the aftermath of The Birth of Tragedy that I find more affecting than the pamphlet war itself. His teacher, Friedrich Nietzsche, the man who had recommended him to Basel in extravagant terms, received a copy from his former student and did not respond for a long time. When he finally wrote, he was polite and evasive. Nietzsche wrote back and asked him directly why he had said nothing. Nietzsche answered honestly, which was decent of him. He said that the book was not what he had expected, that he could not follow it, that as a scholar he could not endorse it, and that he was, in a phrase that must have been hard to read, an old man who could not be expected to keep up with a new way of doing things. That is the end of the mentorship, in a couple of letters, without any drama at all. Most breaks are like this. Nobody shouts, somebody just declines to follow politely, and the relationship afterward is correct and finished. Chapter 7. Leaving the Room. The break with Wagner did not happen in a single scene, though people often tell it as if it did. It happened over about 4 years, in small increments, the way most important separations do. Nietzsche began to notice things. That the Wagner circle required agreement. That the master's opinions on subjects he knew nothing about were treated as revelations. That there was a strain of German nationalism in the household and a strain of anti-Semitism in it too, and that both were becoming louder rather than quieter. Then, in 1876, there was Bayreuth, the first festival. The theatre Wagner had spent his life trying to build, finally built. The whole ring cycle performed in it, the Kaiser in attendance, the German press assembled. The entire European musical world crowding into a small Bavarian town. Nietzsche went, and it made him ill. He got headaches. He could not bear the crowds. He left in the middle and went to the hills for a week, then came back for the last performances out of duty. What he had imagined years earlier, when he wrote The Birth of Tragedy, was a rebirth of Greek tragic culture, something austere and dangerous that would change how people lived. What he found was a festival, society people in good clothes, a patriotic occasion. Wagner as a national institution. He said later that he understood at Bayreuth that he had been describing something that did not exist and had put a real man's name on it. 2 years later, he published Human, All Too Human. It was a different book by a different writer. Short, numbered sections. Cool, dry, skeptical, psychological. It took apart the very idea of metaphysical comfort, including the artistic kind, including Wagner's. He sent a copy to Bayreuth. Wagner sent him, at almost the same moment, a copy of his new work, Parsifal, a Christian mystery drama. Neither man ever wrote to the other again. Wagner died in Venice in 1883. Nietzsche heard about it and was, by his own account, wrecked. He kept writing about Wagner for the rest of his working life, attacking him, mostly. He wrote 2 more short books specifically about him in his final year, which is not what men do about people they have finished with. He said in one of the last of them something that is worth repeating carefully because it is true of more than music. He said that his objection to Wagner was not that he had loved him, but that having loved him, he could no longer be honest and continue. That is the shape of the next decade. He resigned from Basel in 1879. He was 34. He had no post, no church, no teacher, no master, no country, and no readers. He also had, for the first time, nothing standing between him and his own thinking. The word for what happened at Bayreuth is disillusionment, and he wrote about the mechanism of it better than almost anybody, which is one of the compensations of being that kind of mind. His account is roughly this: you do not fall out of love with a person. You fall out of love with a picture you made, which the person was never obliged to match. The pain of disillusionment is not the pain of discovering that they are bad. It is the pain of discovering that you were the author of most of it. And he adds the sharp part, which is that the disillusioned person almost always turns on the other person rather than on their own authorship, because the first is bearable and the second is not. He was, by his own admission, guilty of exactly this with Wagner. The 2 late books about Wagner are angrier than the case requires. He half knew it. There is a line in one of them where he says that he is settling accounts not with Wagner, but with himself. If you have ever gone through this with somebody, the sequence will be familiar. The picture, the small evidence you explain away, the moment when it stops explaining away, and then the disproportionate anger that is really about the years of explaining away. Chapter 8, The Wandering Years. From 1879 to 1888, he had no home. That is not a figure of speech. He had a trunk, a few crates of books stored with friends, and a list of boarding houses. He moved with the seasons, always looking for air that would not bring on the headaches. Summers in Sils Maria, high in the Engadine Valley in Switzerland, where the air is thin and dry and the light comes off the lakes in a way he described obsessively. Winters on the Mediterranean coast, Genoa, Nice, Rapallo, Menton, later Turin. The rooms were small and cheap. He kept a hard budget on the Basel pension. He ate at the same modest places, sat at the same tables, and went unrecognized, because there was nothing to recognize. There is a way of describing this period that makes it sound romantic, and I do not want to do that, because there was very little that was romantic about it. He was often in pain. He was frequently alone for weeks. His letters from these years are full of small practical complaints about laundry and food and postage and light, and then, in the middle of them, without warning, a sentence that will still be read in 300 years. What he built in those years is astonishing in retrospect. Daybreak, the gay science. Thus spoke Zarathustra, in 4 parts. Beyond good and evil, on the genealogy of morality. Almost the whole of what we mean when we say his name, and nobody was reading it. That combination is worth holding still for a moment, because it is unusual. Most people who produce work of that quality get at least the ordinary rewards of it, and those rewards do a lot of quiet load-bearing. A colleague who understands, a review that gets it, somebody at a dinner who has read the book. He had almost none of that. He had Peter Gast, who was devoted, and Overbeck, who was loyal, and his mother, who worried, and correspondence with a small number of people who mostly did not follow the argument. So he wrote to an imagined audience instead. He addressed his books to readers who would exist later. He said so directly, more than once. And it reads as bravado until you realize it was simply the only accurate description of his situation. The Engadine deserves a paragraph of its own, because if you want to picture him anywhere, it should probably be there. Sils Maria sits at about 1,800 meters between two lakes, surrounded by grey rock and pine. The house he lodged in is still there. The room is small, with a bed, a desk, a window. He walked around the lakes every day. It was on one of those walks by a large pyramid-shaped rock on the shore of Lake Silvaplana in August 1881 that he had the thought that would change the second half of his work. We will come to it properly later, because it deserves its own hour. For now, note only the setting. Not a library, not a lecture hall. A man in his late 30s, unemployed, ill, walking beside a lake in the mountains, alone, and something arriving, a practical note about those years, because the romance of the wandering scholar deserves a correction. He travelled third class. He worried about the cost of postage. He made careful decisions about whether to move to a slightly cheaper room. He asked his mother for money and was embarrassed about it and asked again. The Basel pension was 3,000 francs a year, which was enough to live on if you live very carefully, and nowhere near enough to live on comfortably. And there were years when it was reduced. His luggage was mostly books, and the books were heavy, and moving them was expensive, and he left some behind more than once and regretted it. He was frequently cold. Boarding house rooms were heated badly or not at all, and part of the reason for chasing the Mediterranean in winter was that he could not afford to heat a room in the north. This is the material texture underneath 20 years of philosophy about strength and affirmation, and I think it improves the philosophy rather than diminishing it. It was not written from a comfortable chair by a man theorizing about hardship. Chapter 9, The Photograph with the Cart. In 1882, he met Lou Salome. She was 21, Russian, from St. Petersburg, brilliant, entirely uninterested in the arrangements that were normally available to a woman of her age. She had come to Rome to study. She would later become a serious writer and one of the first women to practice psychoanalysis. And she would know Rilke and Freud, and she would outlive almost everybody in this story. Nietzsche's friend Paul Rie met her first and fell in love with her. Rie introduced her to Nietzsche. Nietzsche fell in love with her too. What they proposed among themselves was a kind of study commune. The three of them would live together in Vienna or Paris and read and write and argue. No marriage. It was, in 1882, a scandalous idea, and they knew it, and they went ahead with the plan for a few months. There is a photograph from that spring, taken in a studio in Lucerne, and it is the single most reproduced image connected to Nietzsche apart from his own portraits. It shows a small cart. Rie and Nietzsche are in the harness, standing as if pulling. Lou Salome is kneeling in the cart, holding a length of rope, in her hand a small whip made from a branch with lilac tied to it. It was Nietzsche's idea, apparently. He arranged the pose himself. The arrangement fell apart within months. His sister Elizabeth detested Lou on sight and worked steadily and effectively to destroy the friendship, writing letters, making accusations involving their mother. Nietzsche proposed marriage through Rie and was refused. Then he proposed again himself and was refused again. There were misunderstandings, some of them manufactured. There were letters he wrote and did not send, and letters he sent and immediately regretted. By the winter, he had lost all three of them. Lou and Rie went off to live together in Berlin. His relationship with his sister was permanently poisoned. He spent that winter in Rapallo in a state he described, without much decoration, as the worst of his life. And then, in 10 days in January 1883, in that condition, he wrote the first part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra. I am not going to make the tidy claim that the loss produced the book. He had been circling that book for 2 years. But the fact is on the record, and he was aware of it himself, the most rhapsodic, least defended, most open thing he ever wrote came out of him in a rented room on the Italian coast in the immediate aftermath of losing everyone at once. He never had another close attachment of that kind. He was 38. He lived another 6 working years and 11 more after that, and there is no evidence of anyone else. About Lou Salome, one correction, because the story is usually told badly in the other direction too. She is often written as the woman who broke Nietzsche's heart, which flattens her into a role in his life rather than a person in her own. She was 21 and had already at that age refused a series of arrangements that would have been normal and comfortable. She went on to write novels and studies of religion and Ibsen. She had a long and important friendship with Rilke. In her 50s, she trained with Freud and practiced as an analyst for 2 decades, and Freud thought highly of her. She wrote a book about Nietzsche in 1894, while he was alive and silent, and it was one of the first serious studies of his philosophy by anybody. It is intelligent and it is not sentimental about him. She refused him because she did not want to be married to him or to anybody at that point in her life, and that was a coherent position that she held consistently, and that cost her a great deal socially. The failure of the plan was not a failure of hers. Chapter 10, What Zarathustra Is. If you have read one book of his, it is probably this one, and if you found it difficult, you are in enormous company. Thus Spoke Zarathustra is not a treatise. It is written in the voice of a prophet, in language borrowed deliberately from Luther's Bible, in short chapters with titles like On the Three Metamorphoses and On the Despisers of the Body. A man comes down from a mountain after 10 years alone and tries to tell people something and mostly fails. The name is a small joke with a serious point. Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, was the ancient Persian founder of a religion built on the fundamental opposition of good and evil. Nietzsche's reasoning was that the man who invented that opposition should be the one to come back and take responsibility for it. The book contains most of his central ideas in their most poetic and least defensible form. The Overman, or Übermensch, which is the single most misused word in his vocabulary. It is not a master race. It is not a superior biological type. It is a figure who does not yet exist, who would be able to create values from himself without needing them handed down. He is described as a goal, a direction, something the human being might be a bridge toward. The death of God, which he had already announced in the gay science, and which is not a celebration. In the passage where it appears, a madman runs into a marketplace with a lantern in the morning and shouts that God is dead and that we have killed him, and the crowd laughs at him, and he says they do not understand what they have done. The point was never that religion had been refuted. The point was that a whole civilization's system of value had been resting on something that was quietly no longer believed, and that almost nobody had noticed the size of the problem. The eternal recurrence, which is the heaviest idea in the book. The will to power, which is his replacement for Schopenhauer's blind will. Not a will to survive, and not a will to dominate other people, but a fundamental drive in living things toward more, toward growth, toward the expansion and expression of their own capacity. He printed the first 3 parts commercially and the 4th privately in 40 copies and gave them to friends. His publisher told him the previous books had not sold. He knew. He also thought, and said in letters, that it was the greatest book in the German language and that its reception would take a century. There is a version of that sentence that is delusion. There is a version that is simply an accurate estimate made by a man in an unusually good position to judge. It is genuinely hard to say which one we are looking at, and that difficulty is going to come back before the night is over. A word on how to read Zarathustra, if you ever try, because most people bounce off it. Do not read it as an argument, because it is not one, and it will frustrate you. Read it as you would read a long poem, or a book of scripture you do not believe in, a section at a time, out of order, allowing the images to do the work rather than looking for the thesis. The chapters are short. Many of them are 2 or 3 pages. Almost every one has a single figure in it that is doing the thinking. And be prepared for it to be uneven, because it is. There are passages of extraordinary force, and there are passages where the biblical pastiche runs away with him and the thing becomes gaseous. He knew that too, and later, in a preface, wrote about his own earlier books with the detachment of a reviewer. Chapter 11, The Idea Beside the Lake. Now the thought from Silverplana, because everything in the last books runs through it. The formulation in the gay science is put as a hypothetical, and the hypothetical is the whole force of it. Suppose that one night a demon crept into your loneliest loneliness and said, "This life, as you have lived it and are living it, you will have to live again, and innumerable times again. Nothing new in it. Every pain and every joy and every thought and every sigh, all in the same succession, and this spider, and this moonlight between the trees, and this moment, and the demon himself. The eternal hourglass turned over again and again, and you with it, a speck of dust. Would you throw yourself down and curse him? Or have you once experienced a moment in which you would answer, "You are a god, and I never heard anything more divine"? That is the test. It is not offered as cosmology. He toyed elsewhere with the physics of it in notebooks, unconvincingly, and scholars have argued about how literally he meant it for 100 years. But in the place where he actually published it, it is a question about your relationship to your own life. Because notice what it removes. It removes the future as consolation. Almost every way we make a hard life bearable involves an appeal to something later. Heaven, progress, the book you will write, the person you will become. Recurrence takes all of that away by saying, there is no later that redeems this. There is only this, again, exactly. And then it asks whether you can want it anyway. The name he gave to the state of being able to answer yes is amor fati, love of fate. He described it as his formula for greatness in a human being, to want nothing to be other than it is, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. Not merely to bear what is necessary, and still less to conceal it, but to love it. I want to be exact about what this is and is not, because it is easy to turn it into something cheap. It is not positive thinking. He is not saying that everything happens for a reason, or that suffering is secretly good for you, or that you should be grateful for your injuries. He said elsewhere, plainly, that most suffering is simply waste. It is a stance toward a life that has already happened. The past is fixed. Nothing you do will move it. There are two available relationships to a fixed past: resentment, which changes nothing and costs everything, or acceptance so complete that it becomes something like affirmation. He was, remember, a man in constant pain, with no career, no family life, no readers, no country, and a book he believed in that nobody had opened. He was not writing this from a comfortable position. He was writing it from the only position he had. There is one more thing about the Recurrence that the popular versions almost always drop, and it is the sentence that ends the passage. After the demon has spoken, and after the two possible reactions, he adds a line about what would happen to you if the thought took hold. He says that this question in each and everything would ask you, do you want this once more and innumerable times more? And that it would lie upon your actions as the heaviest weight. The heaviest weight. That is the title of the section. He is not describing a comfort. He is describing a burden that he thinks is worth carrying, because of what carrying it does. If every action is one you will repeat forever, then there are no throwaway hours. Nothing is a rehearsal. The afternoon you wasted is not deleted at the end of the day. It is permanent, and it is coming back. That is a demanding idea, and it can be turned into a whip very easily and I do not think he intended it as one. The gentler use is simply as a filter. Faced with a choice, ask which option you could bear to have permanently. It clarifies quite quickly, and it tends to select for things that are actually yours rather than things you are doing because they are expected. Not tonight. Tonight, nothing is being decided. Chapter 12. The Hammer and the Scalpel. 2 more books before Turin, and they are the ones professional philosophers still argue about most. Beyond Good and Evil came out in 1886. He paid for the printing himself. It sold about 100 copies in the first year. Its method is the thing to notice. He does not ask whether a belief is true in the ordinary way. He asks what kind of person needed to believe it and what that need tells us. Every great philosophy so far, he says, has been the personal confession of its author, a memoir written without knowing it. The moral certainties underneath the system are usually older and more personal than the system. This is a way of reading that we now take completely for granted. It is in psychotherapy, in criticism, in ordinary conversation. When you hear somebody say that an argument is really about something else, that is this move. And Nietzsche is one of the 2 or 3 people who put it into general circulation. Then, in 1887, on the genealogy of morality, 3 essays, and probably the most tightly built thing he wrote. The first essay asks where our idea of good comes from. His answer is that there were originally 2 different oppositions. One is good versus bad, the vocabulary of the strong and self-assured, where good means noble, capable, full, and bad simply means the opposite, unremarkable, low, of no account. The other is good versus evil, and it comes from somewhere else entirely. It comes from below, from people with no power, and it begins with a judgment about the strong. They are evil, therefore we, who are not them, are good. He calls the engine of that reversal ressentiment, using the French word because German did not have the right one. It is not simple resentment. It is a slow, creative, inventive hatred that cannot discharge itself in action, and so builds an entire moral universe in which its own weakness is recoded as virtue and the other's strength is recoded as sin. The second essay is about guilt and bad conscience, and traces the moral idea of debt from the literal economics of debt. The third is about the ascetic ideal, and ends with a line that is the key to the whole book and is very often forgotten, that the human will would rather will nothingness than not will at all, that we would sooner have a punishing meaning than no meaning. Now, the necessary caution. This is the most dangerous material in his work, and it was the raw material for the worst misuse of his name. It is possible to read the first essay and hear a man saying that the strong should trample the weak. That reading has been made loudly by people who wanted permission. It is not what the argument says. He is doing history, not issuing instructions. He is asking where a value came from, which is a separate question from whether it is right. And his own contempt was reserved almost entirely for the loud, the brutal, the nationalist, the anti-Semite. He broke with Wagner partly over anti-Semitism. He broke with his sister and her husband over it, in writing, in terms that leave no room at all for doubt. We will come back to what was done to his name after he could no longer object. But it should be said here, at the point where the temptation begins, that the man who wrote these essays despised the movements that later claimed him, said so explicitly while he could still say things and would have been among the first they came for. There is a passage in Beyond Good and Evil about the honesty of philosophers that is worth having in full sense, if not in full quotation. He says that they all pose as though they had discovered their opinions through the cold development of a dialectic, when in fact they have an assumption, a hunch, usually an abstraction of a heartfelt wish, which they then defend after the fact with reasons they have gone looking for. And then he includes himself. That is the part that makes it more than a jab. He says that his own philosophy is also a confession, and that the reader should read it accordingly. I find this the single most useful sentence he wrote about how to read anybody, including him, including me, because it turns the question around. Instead of asking whether an argument is watertight, which is often unanswerable, you can ask what the person needed to be true, and that is frequently visible. Apply it to a politician, and you get cynicism. Apply it to a friend, and you get either compassion or contempt, depending on your mood. Apply it to yourself carefully, and you get something genuinely useful, which is a list of the conclusions you have been protecting. Chapter 13. Autumn in Turin. Now we are back in the room. He had first come to Turin in April 1888 on the recommendation of a friend who thought the climate would suit him. He arrived in a bad state, took a room, and within 2 weeks was writing letters of unusual happiness. He went back to Sils Maria for the summer, as always, and returned to Turin on the 21st of September. That autumn is the strangest 3 months in the history of philosophy, and I say that without much exaggeration. He wrote Twilight of the Idols in about a week, in early September, before leaving the mountains. He called it a book of very few pages that would say what a whole library says. Its subtitle is How to Philosophize with a Hammer, and he explained in the preface that the hammer in question is not a sledgehammer, but the small tuning hammer a doctor uses to sound a body, tapping idols to hear whether they ring hollow. Then, in Turin, in about 20 days, he wrote The Antichrist. It is a sustained assault on Christianity, and it is furious in a way the earlier books are not. The temperature has changed. The irony has burned off. There is less argument and more verdict. Then, beginning on his 44th birthday in October, and finishing in about 3 weeks, he wrote Ecce Homo. There has never been another book quite like it. It is an autobiography with chapter titles that read Why I Am So Wise, Why I Am So Clever, Why I Write Such Good Books, Why I Am a Destiny. Inside, he goes through his own works one at a time and explains what each of them achieved. You can read those titles as pure grandiosity. Many readers have. You can also read them, as some careful scholars do, as savage comedy. The whole book is written in a register of deliberate excess, and there are moments where the joke is unmistakable, where he interrupts a claim about his own world historical importance to talk at length about the correct diet or the climate or how badly the Germans cook vegetables. And you can read them a third way, which is the most uncomfortable. As a man who had been ignored for 15 years, who knew with total accuracy what he had made, finally saying it out loud because there was nobody else to say it, and losing, in the process, the ability to modulate. The honest answer is that all three are present in the text, in proportions nobody has ever been able to fix. He revised it obsessively through November and December. He kept sending the publisher new pages and instructions. Some of the late editions are more extreme than what they replaced. In the last weeks, he wrote passages about his family that his sister would suppress for decades, and the manuscript's final state was not settled when everything stopped. Twilight of the Idols deserves a slower look, because it is the best door into him and the shortest. It opens with a set of maxims and arrows, 1 and 2 lines each. Then there is a section on Socrates that is one of the most sustained pieces of psychological reading he ever did on a single person. Then a short chapter that tells the whole history of Western metaphysics in 6 paragraphs under the heading of How the True World Finally Became a Fable, moving from Plato through Christianity, through Kant, to the point at which the distinction between a true world and an apparent one collapses because there is no longer anything on the other side of it. Then a section on morality, then one on the errors of causation, then a long stretch of cultural criticism, and then a closing chapter on what he owes to the ancients. It is about 130 pages. He wrote it in a week. I mention the structure because it is the clearest evidence against the reading that says the last year was simply illness. The book is organized, the arguments connect, the jokes land. The final chapter deliberately answers the opening one. That is not what disordered writing looks like. Chapter 14, The Letters of December. The letters from the last weeks of 1888 are where you can watch the change, if you want to. Through November, they are recognizable. Long, funny, self-aware, full of practical business about proofs and printers. He is negotiating with his publisher, he is arranging translations, he is writing to Brandes with real warmth about the Copenhagen lectures and suggesting other people who might be told about him. By the middle of December, something in the pitch has moved. The claims get larger. He begins to write about his forthcoming books as events that will split history in two. He says that after the Antichrist appears, there will be a crisis on Earth of a kind never seen, that the calendar may have to be recalculated, that all political arrangements will be rearranged around what he has written. He writes to Strindberg, the Swedish playwright, whom he barely knows. Strindberg writes back, in Latin and in high spirits, and their brief exchange becomes stranger with each letter on both sides. He writes to his publisher demanding enormous print runs and immediate translation into 7 languages. He starts to describe Turin itself in terms that go past enthusiasm. The people in the market recognize him. The shopkeepers treat him with special deference. He is served better than other customers. Everybody in the city, he writes, looks at him as if he were a prince. Here is where I want to be careful with you, because this is the part of the story that usually gets told badly. It is very easy, knowing the ending, to read every one of those letters as a symptom, to take the whole final year and file it under illness, and to let that filing do the work of understanding. That is a way of not having to think about the books. The books from that same autumn are not the work of a disordered mind. Twilight of the Idols is one of the tightest things he ever wrote. The Antichrist is coherent from beginning to end, whatever you make of its argument. Whatever was happening, it was not preventing him from constructing careful prose at the highest level he ever reached. And yet, the letters, week by week, are moving somewhere. Both of those things are true at once, and the honest position is to hold them both and not resolve them, which is exactly what the best biographers have done. The relationship with his publisher through those months is a small tragicomedy in its own right. C.G. Naaman had been publishing him at a loss for years, as a favour and out of a certain stubbornness. The books did not sell. The print runs were small and did not sell out. And now the author is writing every few days, demanding editions in 7 languages, a first printing in the tens of thousands, simultaneous international release, and preparation for what he describes as an event without parallel in the history of the world. Naaman's replies are cautious and practical. He raises costs. He suggests waiting. There is something almost unbearable about that exchange, because both men are right. The publisher is right that there is no evidence of demand and that the last 4 books lost money. The author is right that the books will eventually sell in the millions. They are just operating on different clocks, and only one of them can see the others. Chapter 15. The First Days of January. In the first week of January 1889, he wrote a series of short letters that are known collectively as the Wan Brief, the Madness Letters. They went out to about a dozen people over roughly 3 days. They are very short, sometimes 2 or 3 lines. They are signed in 2 ways, Dionysus and the Crucified. To Cosima Wagner, the widow of the man who had been his closest friend and then his greatest enemy, he wrote 4 words, Ariadne, I love you. To Jacob Burckhardt, the historian in Basel, he wrote a longer one, and its opening sentence is the most quoted line of the whole episode, and it is worth hearing exactly. In the end, he wrote, I would much rather be a Basel professor than God, but I have not dared to push my private egoism so far as to neglect the creation of the world on its account. To Peter Gast, he wrote a single line, Sing me a new song. The world is transfigured, and all the heavens are full of joy. To Overbeck, a short note. To Brandes, 3 lines signed The Crucified. To Umberto, the King of Italy. To Cardinal Mariani at the Vatican. To the House of Baden. Notes instructing that the German Kaiser be shot and that a Congress of European princes be convened in Rome. They are not incoherent. Exactly. And that is what makes them so difficult to read. The grammar is intact. The handwriting is his. The references are all things he genuinely cared about. It is more as though the boundaries have gone, and the identifications he had been working with as figures, Dionysus above all, have stopped being figures. Burckhardt received his on about the 6th of January. He read it, and he did the sensible and decent thing, which was to take it immediately to Franz Overbeck. Overbeck had already had his own. He read Burckhardt's. The two men sat with the letters and understood that something had happened to their friend in a foreign city where he knew almost nobody. Overbeck packed a bag and got on a train for Turin. About the two signatures, because they are not random. Dionysus is the god who runs through the whole of his work from the first book to the last. The god of dissolution, of intoxication, of the loss of the separate self, of the tearing apart and the coming back. He is the figure Nietzsche had used for 20 years as the name for saying yes to existence, including its horror. The crucified is the other one, suffering as accusation, pain as evidence against the world. The refusal, at the end of Ecce Homo, written weeks earlier and in full command, there is a line that puts them together as the final opposition of the whole book. Have I been understood? Dionysus against the crucified. And then, in the letters of January, both names appear on the same days, from the same hand to different people. The opposition he had spent his life constructing has stopped being an opposition. Both figures are him. I do not know what to make of that, and neither does anybody else, and I mention it only because it is the detail in the whole story that stays with me the longest. Chapter 16. The Horse in the Square. And now we have to talk about the horse, because it is the only thing many people know about him, and because the truth about it is more interesting than the legend. The story, as it is usually told, goes like this. On the 3rd of January 1889, Nietzsche left his lodgings on Via Carlo Alberto and walked out into the Piazza Carlo Alberto. There he saw a cab driver beating his horse, which had refused to move. He ran across the square, threw his arms around the animal's neck to protect it, and collapsed. He was carried back to his room by his landlord. When he woke, he was not himself again. It is a perfect story. It has everything. The philosopher of hardness undone by pity for an animal. The man who wrote about the will to power destroyed by compassion. An echo of a scene in Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment in which Raskolnikov dreams of a mayor being beaten to death by a crowd, a book Nietzsche had read and admired. That last echo should make you cautious, and it has made scholars cautious for a long time. Here is what can actually be established. Something happened in the first days of January, that is certain. There are the letters, which are dated. There is the collapse, which is documented by the people who came for him. The horse is another matter. The anecdote does not appear in any contemporary document. It does not appear in Overbeck's account of his journey, which is detailed. It does not appear in the earliest biography. It surfaces decades later in reminiscence at several removes, and the versions differ from each other in the details you would expect a real memory to keep steady. The Italian scholar Anacleto Verrecchia went through the Turin records in the 1970s with the specific intention of pinning it down, and found nothing to anchor it. Other researchers have gone back since. The date of the 3rd of January is itself partly reconstructed. Nobody has produced a police report, a newspaper item, a letter written that week, or a signed statement by a witness. So the honest position is this: the horse may have happened. Turin in 1889 was full of cab horses, and cab horses were beaten, and Nietzsche did walk in that square daily. It is not implausible. It is simply undocumented, and it has the shape of a story that a culture builds afterward because it needs one. And I think it is worth asking why we needed it. Because a collapse without a scene is unbearable to a certain kind of storytelling. If a man simply becomes ill over a period of weeks for reasons nobody can determine, there is no meaning in it. There is nothing to hold. But if there is a moment, a square, a whip, an animal, an embrace, then the illness becomes a gesture, and the gesture can be interpreted, and the life keeps its shape all the way to the end. We do this constantly, with our own lives as much as with other people's. We look back at a bad period and find the moment where it turned. Very often, the moment we find is real, but was not the turn. The turn was a slow accumulation with no scene in it at all, and the mind, which cannot hold slow accumulations, supplies a doorway. Tonight, lying in the dark, you are perfectly free to keep the horse. It is a beautiful image, and it costs nothing. Just hold it the way you would hold a painting of an event rather than a photograph of one. There is one more reason to be careful with the horse. The story functions, in almost every version I have read, as a kind of verdict. The philosopher of hardness undone by pity. The man who mocked compassion destroyed by compassion. It is used as an ironic judgment on his philosophy, and often with a certain satisfaction. And the judgment rests on a misreading, because he did not mock compassion in the way the story requires. His critique of pity is specific and technical. He objected to Mitleid, suffering with, as a moral foundation. He thought that as an organizing principle it multiplies suffering rather than reducing it, that it frequently humiliates the person receiving it, and that it is often a disguised assertion of superiority. He was writing against Schopenhauer, who had made compassion the basis of ethics. He was not against kindness. His own conduct, by every account of people who knew him, was gentle to the point of formality. So the horse story, in its usual telling, is a punchline aimed at a position he did not hold. That does not make it false. It makes it convenient, which is a different and more suspicious property. Chapter 17, Overbeck on the Train. Franz Overbeck was a professor of church history at Basel, which is an unglamorous thing to be, and he was the best friend Nietzsche had. They had lived in the same house in Basel for 5 years. Overbeck was quiet, careful, entirely without vanity, a man who kept his opinions to himself and his commitments absolutely. He had gone on believing in Nietzsche's importance through a decade in which there was no external evidence for it at all. He arrived in Turin on the 8th of January 1889, having travelled through the Alps in winter with no clear idea what he would find. He went to, via Carlo Alberto, the Fino family let him up. What he found, he wrote afterward, in an account that is still the primary source for the whole episode, was his friend sitting in the corner of a sofa, reading proofs, who looked up, recognized him instantly, rushed at him, embraced him, and burst into tears. Then he sank back down, shaking. Overbeck wrote that the family had been extraordinarily kind. They had not called the police or a public asylum. They had looked after him. There had been noise, some singing, some piano playing at strange hours, and they had simply managed it. Getting him out of Italy was the practical problem. He could not travel alone. Overbeck could not manage him alone either. A German dentist living in Turin, named Bettmann, volunteered to help, and the two men took him on the train north. There is a detail from that journey that has stayed with everybody who has ever read the account, and I will give it to you plainly because it is not sensational and it does not need help. To keep him calm on the long journey, they let him believe he was traveling as a distinguished person. And for much of the way he was quiet, and at points he sang. They reached Basel on the 9th of January. He was admitted to the psychiatric clinic there under Professor Ludwig Wille. His mother Franziska arrived from Naumburg within days. She was 62 years old. She had lost a husband to a brain illness at 36 and a baby son at the same time. Now she came to a clinic in Switzerland to collect her surviving son, who was 44, and take him home. Overbeck's account deserves more space because it is the last real description of Nietzsche by somebody who knew him well. He wrote it years afterward, carefully, and he refused to dramatize. He describes a man in a corner of a sofa. He describes the recognition and the embrace and the collapse into weeping and then a shaking. He describes trying to talk to him and finding that the sentences would begin correctly and then go somewhere else. He describes the Fino family with real gratitude. And there is one line in it that has stayed with everybody who reads it. He wrote that he saw in that room something he could not describe, and that what he had witnessed was his friend and was not his friend, and that he had never in his life been so frightened. Overbeck was not a dramatic man. He was a church historian who wrote in a dry professional register about everything else in his life. He also, and this should be said, never wavered afterward. He handled the arrangements. He kept in contact with Franziska. He defended the papers against Elizabeth for as long as he was able. He did what a friend does, for a friend who could no longer notice. Chapter 18. The question nobody has answered. What was wrong with him? For most of the 20th century, the answer was considered settled. Tertiary syphilis, contracted in his student years, producing general paresis of the insane. That is what the doctors at Basel and Jena thought. It fit the standard clinical picture of the era, and it fit the timeline. It is now considered doubtful by a substantial number of specialists, and the reasons are worth knowing, because they are a small lesson in how confident a diagnosis can sound while resting on very little. General paresis in the 1880s was almost invariably fatal within about 5 years of onset, usually with rapid physical deterioration. Nietzsche lived 11 years after his collapse, and for much of that time his physical health was reasonable. He walked, he ate, he put on weight. That is not the usual course. The clinical notes from Jena record some findings that fit and others that do not. The syphilis history rests substantially on the patient's own report at admission, given in a condition where it cannot be treated as reliable, and on the assumptions of physicians who reached for the most common explanation available to them. Several alternatives have been argued in the medical literature since. A slow-growing tumor behind the right eye, which would explain the decades of one-sided headaches, the visual disturbance, and the very gradual onset. A hereditary vascular condition affecting the small vessels of the brain, which would tie in the father's early death from a neurological illness. A frontotemporal degeneration, which would fit the change in the letters, the shifts in judgment and self-appraisal, the euphoria, and the preserved technical ability to write well. There is no consensus. There is not going to be one, unless something is done with tissue that nobody currently has. I raise it not for the medical detail, but for what it does to the story. Because a diagnosis, any diagnosis, is a way of closing a case. Once you have a name for it, the thing becomes a category, and you can stop looking at the man. Syphilis, in particular, came with a whole moral apparatus attached in the 20th century, and it was used quietly and not so quietly to file his philosophy under the products of a diseased brain and dismiss it. The truthful position is more uncomfortable and more interesting. A man's mind changed over months in a way nobody at the time understood and nobody since has definitively explained. It happened while he was doing the best work of his life. The work is not thereby explained, and it is not thereby dismissed. Some things stay open. This one has been open for 137 years. There is a further complication about the diagnosis that is worth stating plainly. The medical case for syphilis rests in large part on notes taken at Jena in which the patient is recorded as having reported 2 infections in the 1860s. Consider the situation in which that report was made. A man in the acute phase of an illness affecting judgment and speech in an institution, being asked about his sexual history by a physician who had already formed a hypothesis. Whatever he said in that room is not evidence of the kind we would now accept. Add to that the fact that his sister later actively suppressed and shaped medical material for reasons of reputation, and the fact that some of the Jena records were lost, and you have a chain of custody that no modern review would rely on. I want to be clear that this cuts both ways. The absence of good evidence for syphilis is not evidence for a tumor or anything else. All of the alternatives are also reconstructions. The correct answer is that nobody knows. I keep returning to it because there is a strong pull in stories like this toward closure, and closure that is not earned is a form of fiction. Chapter 19, Jena, and then home. He was moved from Basel to the asylum at Jena on the 18th of January, closer to his mother's home, under Professor Otto Binswanger. The Jena records survive, and they are ordinary in a way that is oddly steadying. He is described as calm on most days. He sleeps. He eats. Sometimes he plays the piano in the common room, which the staff note because the playing is good. Sometimes he speaks at length in a way that does not connect. Sometimes he is agitated and has to be moved. On other days, he is perfectly biddable and pleasant. There are moments in the notes that catch you sideways. He recognizes visitors some of the time. He asks after people. He says something entirely ordinary and appropriate, and then the thread goes. His mother visited constantly. She was, by every account, tireless. In March 1890, 14 months after his admission, she signed him out and took him home to Naumburg, to the house on the Weingarten, where she looked after him herself. She had him for 7 years. The picture of those years is domestic and small. He sat in a chair by the window. He was walked in the garden. Sometimes he played the piano, and there are several independent accounts of that from people who heard it from the street, and every one of them says the same thing, which is that it was still unmistakably real playing. He said very little. There are a handful of remarks that were written down at the time, and a great many more that were reported afterward by people with an interest in what he might have said, and it is worth separating those two categories carefully. Visitors came, some were friends. Increasingly, some were strangers, because during exactly these years, while the man himself sat in his mother's house in a small town in Saxony, the name Nietzsche was becoming, at last, famous across Europe. Brandis's lectures had done their work, then came articles, then translations, then the young men. By the mid-1890s, he was the most talked about philosopher in Germany. The writer every serious literary person had opinions about, and he did not know. That is a hard fact to sit with, and I am not going to soften it. The recognition he had waited for through 15 years of writing into silence arrived on schedule, roughly when he had predicted it would 4 or 5 years after he could no longer receive it. Franziska Nietzsche died in April 1897. She was 71. She had cared for him every day for 7 years. After her death, his sister Elizabeth took him. About the visitors at Naumburg, one distinction is worth making. Some of them were friends who came because they cared, and who found it painful, and who went away and said very little. Others came because he had become interesting. Young men from the literary journals, writers looking for an encounter, people who wanted to be able to say that they had seen him. And a number of them published accounts afterward, and the accounts have a tone. They describe a noble ruin. They find profundity in his silence. They report remarks, and it is impossible to know whether the remarks were made. This is where the myth was built, in real time, around a living man who could not correct it. By the time he died in 1900, there was already a Nietzsche in circulation who was substantially a construction. The tragic seer, silenced by the enormity of his own vision, a sort of martyr of thought. He would have found that portrait contemptible. He wrote against exactly that kind of religiosity for 20 years. Chapter 20. The Sister. Elizabeth Forster Nietzsche is one of the most consequential literary executors who has ever lived, and almost everything she did was wrong. She was 2 years younger than her brother. They had been close as children. As adults, they had fought bitterly over Lou Salome, and then over something much larger. In 1885, she had married Bernhard Forster, a schoolteacher who had been dismissed from his post in Berlin for agitation, and who was one of the leading anti-Semitic campaigners in Germany. Nietzsche did not attend the wedding. He wrote to her about the marriage in terms that were not ambiguous. He wrote to their mother about it. He wrote to friends about it. His contempt for Forster's politics is on the record in a dozen places in his own hand. The Forsters went to Paraguay in 1886 to found a colony called Nueva Germania, a pure German agricultural settlement in the jungle, on land Forster had bought with subscriptions from supporters at home. It failed the way such things fail. The land was poor. The settlers were not farmers. The money ran out, and some of the accounting did not survive scrutiny. Bernhard Forster died in Paraguay in 1889, by his own hand, in a hotel in San Bernardino. Elizabeth came back to Germany. Her brother was in the asylum at Jena. His name was starting to be spoken. She saw, before almost anybody else, exactly what she had. She took control of the manuscripts. She founded the Nietzsche Archive, first in Naumburg, then in Weimar, in a fine villa called Silberblick, funded by wealthy patrons she cultivated with great skill. In 1897, after their mother's death, she moved her brother there and installed him on the ground floor. And here we arrive at the part that is hardest to hear. She showed him to visitors. He was dressed in a white robe. He was arranged on a couch or in a chair by the window in a room prepared for the purpose. Selected guests, patrons, journalists and admirers were brought in to look at the silent philosopher, and they went away and wrote about it. And what they wrote was almost always in the same register. The great mind in its sacred ruin, the sage beyond speech. He could not consent to this, he could not object to it, he almost certainly did not know it was happening in any way we would call knowing. It was extraordinarily good for the archive. There is a document that makes the relationship with his sister unmistakable, and it is worth naming because people still argue about it. In December 1887, a year before the collapse, he wrote her a letter about her husband's politics and about her own. It is not ambiguous, and it is not private code. He tells her that her association with the anti-Semitic movement fills him with a revulsion he can barely express, that he has been fighting these people as a matter of principle, that their pamphlets are a disgrace, and that the connection to his own name through her marriage is a source of real anger. He says that this is the reason for the distance between them. That letter exists. It is in the collected correspondence. It was written by a man in full possession of himself. And within 15 years, the woman who received it was the sole custodian of his literary estate, was editing his letters, and was steering his reputation toward the movement he had told her he despised. There is no clean way to talk about that. It is simply one of the worst things one family member has done to another's work. Chapter 21. The book he never wrote. Then there is the matter of the will to power. For most of the 20th century, if you walked into a bookshop, you would find on the shelf a large volume by Friedrich Nietzsche called The Will to Power, presented as his final and most systematic work. The summation, the collapse, had prevented him from publishing. He never wrote it. Here is what actually existed. In the mid-1880s, he had considered a large, systematic book, and had drafted several possible titles and plans for it. By 1888, he had abandoned the project. This is documented. He wrote to that effect, and he redistributed material he had earmarked for it into Twilight of the Idols and the Antichrist. What remained was a very large body of working notebooks, thousands of fragments, ideas in progress, arguments he was testing, formulations he rejected on the next page, notes to himself, quotations from other people's books, sketches he had already used elsewhere. Any writer's notebooks look like this. They are the scaffolding, not the building. Elizabeth, with the help of Peter Gast selected from those notebooks, arranged the selections into 4 books and numbered sections according to an outline her brother had drafted and discarded, and published the result as a finished work. The first version appeared in 1891, a much larger one in 1901. An expanded edition in 1906. The effect was that a curated, ordered, deliberately shaped object was presented to the world as Nietzsche's final philosophy, and it was received that way for 60 years. It went further than arrangement. Letters were altered. Some were suppressed. Passages critical of Germans, of nationalism, of anti-Semitism were quietly deprived of prominence. At least one letter appears to have been reworked so that words her brother had written to their mother appeared to have been written to her, and when the political movement she had spent her life adjacent to came to power, she was there for it. Hitler visited the archive at Weimar. There are photographs. She gave him as a gift her brother's walking stick. She lived to 90, died in 1935, and had a state funeral attended by the Chancellor. The repair took decades. It began seriously with Walter Kaufmann's translations and criticism in the 1950s, which is largely why the English-speaking world stopped reading him as a proto-fascist. It was completed by the Italian scholars Giorgio Colli and Mazzino Montanari, who went back to the manuscripts in the 1960s and produced a critical edition that prints the notebooks as notebooks in the order he wrote them, with the dates, so that anybody can see what is a published claim and what is a discarded midnight fragment. Montanari's conclusion, after years inside the papers, was blunt. The will to power, as a book by Nietzsche, does not exist. The scholarship is settled. The book is still on shelves. About Peter Gast, because he deserves a fairer hearing than the will to power episode gives him. Heinrich Koselitz was a composer of modest gifts who met Nietzsche as a student and gave him 15 years of practical devotion. He copied manuscripts, he corrected proofs, he handled the printer. He went to towns to be near him. When Nietzsche's handwriting became a problem, Gast became his hands. He did this for a philosopher nobody was reading, for no money and no advantage. And then, after the collapse, he worked with Elizabeth on an edition that he must have known was a construction, and he wrote the graveside speech about holiness. I think the honest reading is that he was a devoted man of no great independent judgment, who had spent his adult life in service to a mind larger than his own, and that when that mind stopped, he continued the service in the only direction that was left, which was toward the person now holding the papers. That is not villainy. It is something more ordinary and more common, and it did nearly as much damage. Chapter 22, The Last Years. Through all of it, downstairs at the Villa Silberblick, the man himself. He had a stroke in the summer of 1900, and then pneumonia. He died on the 25th of August, 1900, at about noon. He was 55 years old. He had been silent for 11 years and 7 months. He was buried at Recurrence in the churchyard beside the church where his father had been the pastor, in the village where he had been born. His father and his baby brother were already there. His mother was there. Elizabeth would join them later. It is a small country churchyard. The graves are against the church wall. If you go, which people do, you can stand there in about a minute. Elizabeth arranged the funeral. There were speeches. Peter Gast gave one, and he said of the man he had copied out by hand for 15 years, "Holy be your name to all coming generations." It was, by any reasonable measure, an odd thing to say about a philosopher who had spent his life on the psychology of sanctity, and he probably knew it. Here is the arithmetic of the life, laid out flat. 55 years. Of those, roughly 20 were productive as a writer. Of those 20, about 10 were spent as a homeless invalid moving between boarding houses. In his lifetime, he sold, across all his books, perhaps a few thousand copies in total, and paid for some of the printing out of a small pension. He had no wife, no children, no house, no post after 34, and no country after 24. He was, at the moment of his collapse, on the very edge of being read. Brandes had begun it. The letters were starting to come. Another 18 months, and he would have been receiving the first real correspondence of his life from strangers who had understood him. Instead, 11 years in a chair by a window, in a white robe, being looked at. I am not going to draw a moral from that. There is not a good one available. It is simply what happened, and it happened to a real person, and the size of the gap between what he did and what he got is one of the plainest examples in the historical record of the fact that these two quantities are not connected. That is worth knowing. On a night when you are lying awake, doing your own arithmetic about effort and return. It is not that effort is pointless. It is that the ledger does not settle in the time frame we want it to, and sometimes not in our lifetime. And building your piece on the assumption that it will is building on nothing. A note about the grave, and about how small the whole thing is. Recurrence is about 20 kilometers from Naumburg, where he grew up. Naumburg is about 40 kilometers from Leipzig, where he studied. Schulpforta, the school, is 4 kilometers from Naumburg. Weimar, where he died, is about 70 kilometers away. Draw a circle of 80 kilometers on a map of Saxony-Anhalt and Thuringia, and it contains his birth, his school, his university, his mother's house, his sister's villa, his death, and his grave. Everything outside that circle, the whole Basel professorship and the 10 years of wandering through Switzerland and Italy, is the middle of the life, and it is the part that produced the work. He left the circle at 14 and came back to it at 45, and the last 11 years were spent inside it, silent. There is no meaning in the geometry. It is just how it happened. But when you look at the map, it is difficult not to see a life that went out a long way and then was brought home. Chapter 23, What He Was Actually Saying, Part 1. We have now walked the whole life. The rest of the night belongs to the ideas, taken slowly, one at a time, with the biography behind us where it belongs. Start with the diagnosis he made of his own century, because everything else follows from it. His claim was that European civilization had been built on a foundation it no longer believed in and had not noticed. For roughly 1500 years, the whole apparatus of meaning, morality, purpose, the value of the individual soul, the direction of history, had rested on Christian metaphysics. By the 1880s, among educated Europeans, that metaphysics was quietly dead. Not refuted in public, simply no longer operative. But the apparatus was still standing. People still believed in objective moral truth, in progress, in the special dignity of the human being, in the meaningfulness of history. They believe these things in the way you continue to feel a floor under you after the joists have gone. That is what the death of God announcement is about. Not atheism as a personal position, which he thought was unremarkable and already accomplished. The consequences of an event that had already occurred and that nobody had costed out. And he thought the bill would come due in the 20th century, and he said what it would look like. He predicted, in notebooks and in print, that the coming century would see wars of a kind never seen before, fought over ideas rather than territory, and that a series of political religions would arrive to fill the vacancy, offering total explanations and demanding total loyalty. He was, on that specific prediction, more accurate than almost any other thinker of his era. The condition that arrives when the old values collapse and nothing replaces them, he called nihilism, and he distinguished two kinds. Passive nihilism is exhaustion. Nothing means anything, so nothing is worth doing, so let us be comfortable and distracted and not think about it. He described the type in a famous passage about the last man, the small, contented person who has invented happiness and blinks. Active nihilism is the destructive phase that clears the ground. It is dangerous, but it goes somewhere. And beyond both, the thing he was actually after, which he called the revaluation of all values. Not new commandments issued from a new authority, values created from the ground by people who could stand to do it out of their own affirmation of life. Whether such a thing is possible, he never demonstrated. He described the problem with tremendous force and gestured at the solution. That is the honest summary, and if anybody tells you he solved it, they have not read him carefully. The last man passage should be quoted more carefully than it usually is, because it is often used as contempt for ordinary people, and it is not quite that. Zarathustra describes a future in which the earth has become small, and on it hops the last man who makes everything small. He has his little pleasure for the day and his little pleasure for the night, with due regard for health. He no longer becomes poor or rich, because both are too burdensome. Nobody rules and nobody obeys, because both are too burdensome. He has invented happiness, and he blinks. The crowd hearing this in the book shouts back, "Give us this last man, Zarathustra, and you can keep your overman." That is the joke, and it is a good one, and it is on Zarathustra. What is being described is not laziness. It is risk aversion raised to a civilizational principle. A world so successfully organized around comfort and safety that nothing dangerous is ever attempted, and therefore nothing new is ever made. He thought this was the likeliest outcome of the death of God, more likely than any catastrophe, not chaos, but a managed, medicated, pleasant flatness. You can decide for yourself at your leisure and not tonight how that prediction has aged. Chapter 24, What He Was Actually Saying, Part 2. The will to power is the phrase that has done the most damage to his reputation, and it is mostly a translation problem plus a century of bad faith. Macht in German is power in the sense of capacity, ability, being able. The phrase is not about political domination. It is his answer to a question Schopenhauer had asked and answered badly. Schopenhauer said the fundamental drive in living things is the will to live, to survive, to persist. Nietzsche looked at that and said, it does not match the evidence. Living things constantly risk survival. They fight when they could flee. They climb. They compete for status when they are already fed. They exhaust themselves, making things nobody asked for. A creature that merely wanted to survive would behave nothing like this. What he proposed instead is a drive toward the expansion and exercise of capacity. Not to have more than others, primarily, but to be more, to overcome resistance, including internal resistance. He applies it to plants growing toward light and to a philosopher revising a paragraph for the 9th time. And the highest form of it, in his account, is always applied to oneself. The person who commands others but cannot command himself is, in his vocabulary, weak. Self-overcoming is the phrase he uses over and over, and it is the operation he cared about. 2 more concepts, and then we can slow down. Resentment, which we met in the genealogy. The condition of a person who has been injured cannot act on it, and instead builds a moral world in which the injury is proof of their goodness and the other's strength is proof of evil. Its signature is that it needs the enemy. It cannot afford for the enemy to disappear because the enemy is doing the work of holding the self together. It is worth checking yourself against that one occasionally, gently. Not tonight, some other time, in daylight. And the noble type, which is not about birth or class in his usage, whatever the vocabulary suggests, its defining feature is that it starts from yes. It says of itself, I am good, and calls whatever is unlike it merely other, without needing to condemn it. It does not require an enemy in order to know what it is. Now, having laid the pieces out, the honest caveats. He was frequently wrong. His remarks about women are, on the whole, poor, sometimes cheap, sometimes conventional, in exactly the way he was scathing about elsewhere. His late tone can be intolerable. His model of physiology was the science of his day, and much of it is simply obsolete. He wrote too fast at the end. And he was not a system builder, which means that for almost any position you can construct from his work, you can find him somewhere saying something in tension with it. This is not a flaw in your reading. It is what the texts are like. The good readers of him have always held both things, that he is one of the most penetrating psychologists anybody has produced, and that he requires an argument at every step rather than agreement. Two more clarifications on the will to power, since it is the term most likely to be thrown at you. First, he never published a book about it, and the phrase appears far less often in the published work than the popular reputation suggests. It is a live hypothesis in his notebooks and a recurring motif in the books, not a completed doctrine. Second, and more importantly, when he does apply it to human beings in the published work, the examples are almost never about domination. They are about artists, ascetics, scholars, saints. The ascetic priest in the genealogy is one of his central examples of the will to power, and the ascetic priest has power over nobody except through the technique of making people feel guilty. The scholar who spends 30 years on a manuscript is another. What he is pointing at is a drive to extend capacity, which can be expressed by conquering a country or by finally getting a difficult paragraph to work, and which he thought was the same underlying motion. The people who wanted the first reading were not reading badly by accident. Chapter 25. The room again. Let us go back to Turin for a while, because the ideas sit better in a place. It is late November 1888. The room is small. There is a bed, a table, a chair, a washstand, books in stacks, because there is no shelf. The window looks down on the arcade and the newsstand. He gets up early, he works, while the light is good. At about 11 he goes out, down the stairs, past the kiosk, into the arcade. The air is cold and dry. He walks under the columns to a cafe he likes, where he has an ice cream, which he mentions in letters with the seriousness other men reserve for wine. He walks along the river. Turin's stretch of the Po is broad and slow and lined with trees. Across the water the hills rise, and there is a path up. He composes while he walks, not the polished sentences, but the movements of them, the thing that will become a sentence. He carries a small notebook. When something lands, he stops and writes it standing up. He comes back in the late afternoon, in that gold level light he keeps writing about, and works again until the light fails. He eats simply, alone. In the evening he plays the piano downstairs, and the Fino family, who do not read German and have no idea who is living upstairs, listen from the next room and think, as people do, that their lodger is very good and rather sad. Then he writes letters until late, to Gast, to Overbeck, to Brandes, to his mother, about socks and money, and whether the weather in Naumburg has turned. That is the whole of it. That is what the last productive year of one of the most consequential minds in European history actually looked like from the inside. A quiet man with a notebook and a walking route and a piano and a stack of letters, doing his work in a rented room in a foreign city in the cold. Nothing about it looked like history while it was happening. It looked like a Tuesday. I put this in front of you not as a lesson, but as a picture to hold. Whatever you are doing at the moment that feels small and unwitnessed is, from the inside, indistinguishable from this. Something else about that daily route which I keep thinking about. He was in Turin a man of very fixed habits, and fixed habits are usually read as a sign of a small life. Same walk, same cafe, same hours, same table. But look at what the fixity was for. Everything about his circumstances was unstable. No home, no income beyond a pension that could be reduced, no profession, no family nearby, health that could remove 3 days at a time without warning, no idea whether any of the work would ever be read. Against that, a routine is not smallness. It is the only structure available. There is a general point in there that is worth having. People with chaotic circumstances often develop rigid habits, and the habits get diagnosed as the problem when they are frequently the load-bearing wall. If you have a small ritual you would be embarrassed to explain, it is probably doing more work than you think, and there is no reason to give it up. Chapter 26, on Being Unread. There is a particular ache that belongs to unwitnessed work, and he knew it better than most people who have written about it. 15 years, book after book, each one costing him months of pain to produce, each one going out into a silence so complete that his publisher stopped expecting anything. Read the letters from those years and you can watch him managing it. He does several things and they are recognizable because they are what everybody does. He redefines the audience. He is writing for the future, for readers not yet born. That is partly true and partly a device for surviving the present, and he knew that too. He redefines the silence as evidence. If the work were ordinary, it would be understood. Being misunderstood is what happens to work that is early. There is a real insight there and a trap. The trap is that this argument cannot distinguish between being ahead and being wrong. Both look identical from the inside. He counts small signals, a letter from a stranger, a mention in a journal. Brand is, above all, a real event, a real audience in a real hall, and he holds on to it with both hands and writes to Brandes with an eagerness that is almost painful. And he keeps working. That is the part that matters, and it is the least dramatic. Through every winter, in every rented room, with no evidence that any of it was landing, he got up and worked. I am not going to tell you that this was rewarded, because on any honest accounting it was not in his lifetime. The recognition arrived about 4 years too late for him to have it. What I will say is smaller and I think truer. The work was not made valuable by the recognition. It was the same work in 1886 unread that it was in 1896 famous. Nothing was added to the pages. What arrived was other people's attention, which is a separate thing that happens to be strongly correlated with value and is not the same as value. If you are lying there tonight doing something nobody has noticed, that distinction is available to you and it is free. It does not make the ache go away, it just stops the ache from being evidence. There is a specific failure mode of unrecognized work that he did not escape, and it is worth naming. When nobody responds, you lose your calibration. Ordinary work is calibrated constantly by other people. A colleague frowns at a paragraph. A friend does not laugh at the joke. An editor says the middle is slow. None of these are pleasant, and all of them are information, and they keep the work in contact with a reality outside your own head. Take all of it away for 15 years, and the calibration drifts. Not immediately, and not visibly, to the person drifting. You can see it happening across the last 2 books. The tone escalates. The judgments get more absolute. The self-assessment goes past accuracy into a register that no external reader would have permitted. I do not think that was only illness. I think a substantial part of it was 15 years without a single serious interlocutor, which is an argument, if you want one, for showing somebody your work before you are ready, not for approval, for calibration. It is not a luxury, it is a measuring instrument, and without it, even a very good mind will slowly go out of true. Chapter 27. The Use of Illness. He wrote about his own illness more honestly than almost anybody, and what he said about it is neither brave nor self-pitying, which is why it is worth repeating. He did not say that suffering makes you better. He was scathing about that. He said elsewhere that a great deal of suffering simply damages people, produces nothing, and is best avoided. What he claimed for his own case was narrower and stranger. He said that illness had functioned for him as a kind of forced perspective. Being ill had taken away everything he would otherwise have had: the career, the certainty, the ability to sustain a comfortable position. It had put him outside, and from outside he could see the machinery. He describes his convalescences with real warmth, the days when the pain lifted and ordinary things came back with an intensity that healthy people never get. Light, food, the ability to read for an hour. He says that a person who has been very ill and then improves has access to a gratitude that is not available to those who have never lost it. And he made a distinction that is the useful part between the sufferer who becomes smaller, who narrows around the injury, who develops that inventive hatred and needs somebody to blame, and the sufferer who somehow does not, who comes out of it with a wider field of vision. He did not claim to know what makes the difference. He did not claim it as a virtue in himself. He simply observed that both outcomes exist and that they are not determined by the severity of what happened. If you are carrying something, that observation is worth having in the room with you, not as an instruction, because nobody can instruct anybody in this, just as a piece of information, that the shape you take around a hard thing is not entirely dictated by the hard thing. And then he collapsed, and the philosophy of the productive use of illness ran into an illness that was not productive and could not be used. He did not get a graceful ending. Nothing in his thought earned him one, and nothing in his thought had promised him one, which is at least consistent. He has a formulation about pain that is worth putting beside the rest, because it is unusually careful. He distinguishes between the pain itself and the meaninglessness of the pain, and argues that what actually breaks people is the second, not the first. The human being, he says, does not object to suffering as such. What is unbearable is suffering that means nothing. Give a person a reason, and they will accept almost any amount. And then he makes the hard turn, which is to say that this is precisely why the great meaning-giving systems succeeded. They did not reduce suffering by a single unit. They made it interpretable, and interpretable suffering is survivable. It follows uncomfortably that when those systems went, the pain did not increase, but its bearability collapsed. That is a description of a particular modern condition, and I suspect it is familiar. The bad thing that happened to you is not worse than what happened to people 300 years ago. It is simply that there is no longer an available frame in which it means anything, and so it sits in you as raw event. He did not have a solution to that. He thought the frame had to be built by the person, which is a very heavy thing to ask. But the diagnosis is exact, and there is a certain relief in an exact diagnosis, even without a cure. Chapter 28. Become who you are. The subtitle of Ecce Homo is How One Becomes What One Is, and the phrase itself is much older. He took it from the Greek poet Pindar, who wrote something close to become such as you are, having learned what that is. It has since been printed on a great many posters, and in that form it has come to mean roughly, be yourself, express your authentic identity, do not conform. That is not what it says. Look at the grammar. Become what you are. It is a paradox on purpose. If you already are it, becoming is unnecessary. If you have to become it, you are not it yet. What he means is something more like this. There is no fixed self sitting inside you waiting to be discovered and released. That is the model his whole psychology attacks. You are a bundle of drives, inherited, trained, half in conflict, most of them not chosen. The self is not a thing you have. It is at best something that gets organized over a long time with effort out of that bundle. And the material is not infinitely flexible. You did not choose your temperament, your intelligence, your capacity for solitude, your particular vulnerabilities, the century you were born into, or the shape of your childhood. That is the what you are part. It is given. The becoming is what gets made out of it. So the instruction, if it is one, is not find your true self and honor it. It is take the specific difficult material you have actually been handed, stop wishing it were different material, and build something coherent out of exactly that. Which is, as it happens, the same instruction as amor fati approached from another side. Both of them come down to the refusal to conduct your life against a hypothetical version of it. He also says, in the same book, something about how this works in practice that is much less quoted and much more useful. He says that the organizing task requires that you not know too early what you are becoming, that the drives have to be allowed to develop without being subordinated too soon to a plan, that a long period of apparent aimlessness may be exactly what a serious life requires, and that the instruction to know yourself applied to a young person can be a way of freezing them into a shape before there is anything to freeze. He is describing his own life, of course. 10 years of homeless wandering, with no post, no plan, and no readers, which looked like a wasted decade from any external angle, and which produced everything. You may be in a period like that. It is impossible to tell from inside. There is a distinction in the same territory that helps with the become who you are business. He separates two things that get confused: the person you are and the person you would need to be in order to be safe. Most self-improvement, he thought, is the second dressed up as the first. It is anxiety-driven. You are trying to become the version of yourself that would finally be beyond criticism, beyond rejection, beyond the particular vulnerability you have. That project cannot complete because the fear is doing the specifying, and fear always specifies a target one step further on. What he is describing instead starts from the material rather than from the danger. Not, what would I have to be in order to be safe? But, what is actually here? And what is the most coherent and most alive thing that could be built out of exactly this? Those two projects can look identical from outside. They produce entirely different interiors. Chapter 29. The Three Metamorphoses. Early in Zarathustra, there is a short chapter that is the clearest thing he ever wrote about how a person changes, and it takes about 2 minutes to say. The spirit, he writes, undergoes 3 transformations. It becomes a camel, the camel becomes a lion, and the lion becomes a child. The camel is the load-bearing stage. It kneels down and asks to be loaded. It wants the weight. It takes on discipline, tradition, difficulty, the hard demands of a craft, the things that are required whether or not you feel like it. It goes into the desert carrying all of it. Notice that he puts this first and does not sneer at it. The reverence, the apprenticeship, the willingness to submit to a discipline you did not invent is not a failure of independence. It is the necessary first stage, and a person who skips it never gets anywhere. Then, in the loneliest part of the desert, the camel becomes a lion. The lion wants freedom. It meets a great dragon whose every scale bears a golden thou shalt, and it says no. This is the destructive stage. Its whole work is the sacred no, the refusal, the throwing off, the refusal of received values. The lion cannot create new values. That is explicitly beyond it. What it can do is win the right to create by clearing the ground. And then, if it goes well, the lion becomes a child. Why a child? Because a child is innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a wheel rolling out of its own center. a sacred yes. The child creates, not against anything, not in reaction. It plays, and out of play comes the new thing. The reason this sequence is so useful is that it explains a common and painful failure state, which is getting stuck as the lion. Enormous numbers of people, and quite a lot of the internet, are permanently lions, fluent in refusal, sharp about hypocrisy, unable to build. The energy is entirely reactive, so it needs the dragon to keep existing, and therefore keeps the dragon fed. The lion is a stage, not a destination. Its whole purpose is to make room for the child, and the test of whether you have passed through it is whether you have made anything. You can apply that quietly to almost any part of a life. What did I carry? What did I refuse? What have I made that was not a reaction to something? Not now. Now you are lying down. But it will keep a footnote to the Three Metamorphoses, because there is a reading of it that I think is wrong and common. People often take the sequence as a hierarchy of persons. Some people are camels, some are lions, a rare few are children. The text does not support that. It is a sequence within a single spirit, and it is not necessarily traversed once. You can go through all three about a specific thing, a craft, a belief, a relationship. You carry it, then you refuse it, then, if it goes well, you make something with it that is not about the carrying or the refusing, which means it is possible to be a camel in one part of your life and a lion in another, and stuck in neither. It also means the sequence can be re-entered. Nothing about becoming a child in one domain protects you from being a very tired camel in another. That is, I think, a more forgiving reading and a truer one. Chapter 30. The Unpublished Self. There is one more thing in the last year worth pulling out, and it concerns the relationship between what a person says about themselves and what is true. Ecce Homo is a book in which a man explains that he is wise, clever, writes excellent books, and is a destiny. It was written by somebody with almost no readers, no income beyond a small pension, no home, and a body that failed regularly. Now, in the years since, he has become one of the 2 or 3 most widely read philosophers in the world. His terms are in ordinary speech. His questions structure whole disciplines that did not exist when he wrote. So, awkwardly, the claims in Ecce Homo were substantially accurate. They were also, in the moment of writing, indistinguishable from grandiosity. That is the uncomfortable center of it. There is no internal marker that separates a correct estimate of your own significance from a delusional one. Both feel like clarity. Both produce the same sentences, which means the sentences are not the evidence. Only the work is, and only later, and only to other people. He knew this in a way, and there are passages in the same book where he seems to be laughing at the whole performance, and other passages where he plainly is not. I raise it because of what it does to a common piece of advice. We tend to tell each other to believe in ourselves, as though belief were the input and success the output. His case is a very hard example of the alternative view, that the belief did nothing at all. It did not sell a single copy. It did not bring a reader. It did not shorten the 15 years by a day. What it did do, possibly, was allow him to keep going. That may be its only function, and it may be enough. Belief in your own work is not evidence about the work. It is fuel for continuing to do the work, and it should probably be evaluated the way you evaluate fuel. Does it keep the thing running? And is it burning clean? His, at the end, was not burning clean, but it kept the thing running through 4 books in a year, and the books are still here. There is a small thing in Ecce Homo that gets lost between the grand chapter titles, and it is my favorite passage in the book. In the middle of explaining his own world historical significance, he stops and writes at length about nutrition, climate, and place, where to live, what to eat, how much tea, the effect of altitude, which cities are bad for his digestion, and he says more or less that these questions are inconceivably more important than everything philosophy has considered important so far, and that the reason nobody has taken them seriously is that they were considered beneath notice while the soul was being discussed. There is a joke there, and there is a real argument underneath the joke. The argument is that a human being is a body, that mood and judgment and even the content of thought are downstream of physical state, and that the entire tradition had been analyzing the output while ignoring the machine. That was not respectable philosophy in 1888. It is fairly close to received wisdom now. He arrived at it, of course, because his own body had spent 20 years making the point to him without subtlety. Chapter 31. What Survived the Misuse. It is worth spending a few minutes on how a philosophy gets stolen, because it happened to him more completely than to anybody else in the modern canon, and because the mechanism is instructive. The theft required several things at once. It required a body of work with no system, so that individual sentences could be lifted without immediate contradiction from a surrounding argument. It required an aphoristic style, which produces quotable lines that survive removal from context. It required a vocabulary that sounded like something it was not. Will to power, master and slave. The blonde beast, which appears twice and means a lion, overman. Every one of these terms is technical in his usage and inflammatory out of it. It required an author who could not object for 11 years and then permanently. And it required an executor with a motive, which it had. By the 1930s, there were German soldiers being given selections of Nietzsche in the field. By the 1940s, his name was, in the English-speaking world, roughly synonymous with the philosophy of the regime that had just been defeated. The Recovery is one of the better stories in modern scholarship. It took the careful reconstruction of what he actually published and when, the printing of the notebooks as notebooks, the restoration of suppressed letters, and the simple work of pointing out that a man who wrote repeatedly against German nationalism, against anti-Semitism, against the state as an idol, and against mass movements of every kind, was an odd choice of prophet for that particular regime. The lesson, and it is not really about him, is that a text cannot defend itself. It has no way of saying, "That is not what I meant." Once you are gone, or silent, the only protection your work has is whatever structure you built into it, and whoever happens to be holding the papers. He wrote before any of this that he was afraid that one day he would be pronounced holy. He said he had a terrible fear of it. He wanted, he said, not to be made into a saint. He got precisely the fate he feared, twice. Canonized in a white robe by his sister for visitors, and then canonized again by people whose politics he had spent his life attacking. There is a technical reason his work was so easy to strip mine, and it is worth understanding because it applies to a lot of writing. An aphorism is a compressed argument. The compression is what gives it force, and the cost of compression is that the surrounding conditions get left out. When he writes a hard line about pity or strength or the herd, the qualifications are in the neighboring sections, in the earlier books, in the whole apparatus of what the terms mean in his usage. Lift the line out, and it loses the neighborhood and keeps the force. What you have then is a weapon with no instructions. Every aphorist is exposed to this. It is the occupational hazard of the form. The more quotable you are, the more efficiently you can be misquoted, and by the same property that made you worth reading. He was the most quotable philosopher who has ever lived. It follows almost mathematically that he would be the most misused. Chapter 32, The People Who Came After. If you want a measure of what he did, it is easiest to see in the people who could not have existed without him. Freud read him and then, famously, said he had stopped reading him because he found that Nietzsche had already arrived at conclusions Freud wanted to reach by another route, and he did not want the influence. The idea that a person's conscious account of their own motives is systematically unreliable is in Nietzsche 20 years earlier worked out in detail. Jung took the eternal recurrence and the drives and gave a whole seminar series on Zarathustra that ran for years. Thomas Mann built novels out of him. The Dr. Faustus is in large part an attempt to think about him. Heidegger lectured on him for a decade. Camus and Sartre begin from his diagnosis, whatever they do with it. Foucault said openly that the genealogical method was his own foundation, and it is the practice of asking what a value's history is, rather than whether it is true. He is in literary criticism, in anthropology, in the sociology of religion, in psychotherapy, in the ordinary way people now talk about the hidden motives behind stated positions. And beyond the academy, he is in the water. When somebody says that what does not kill you makes you stronger, they are quoting Twilight of the Idols, usually without knowing it and usually meaning something simpler than he did. This from a man who could not persuade a publisher to print more than a few hundred copies. The gap between the reception in his lifetime and the reception afterward is, I think, the largest in the history of philosophy. There is no close competitor. Spinoza was quietly influential in his own time. Kant was a professor with students. Even Kierkegaard, who also died largely unread, was at least a known figure in a small city. Nietzsche wrote into nothing for 15 years and then became, within a decade of losing his mind, one of the central figures of the century that followed. There is a kind of comfort in that, and also something bleak, and I do not want to give you only the comfortable half. The comfort: value does not require an audience to exist. The work was complete before anybody read it. The bleakness: he did not get to know. Whatever satisfaction there is in being read, in being argued with, in mattering, none of it reached him. The story has a good ending only if you are standing outside it. On the influence, one more entry, and it is the one he would have found funniest. The phrase, "What does not kill me makes me stronger," comes from Twilight of the Idols, from the opening section of Maxims and Arrows. It is now on gym walls, motivational posters, album covers, and tattoos. It has been said by film characters and politicians. It is probably the single most widely circulated sentence written by any philosopher in the last 2 centuries. And it is, taken alone, an assertion he would have qualified heavily. He knew perfectly well that a great many things that do not kill you leave you permanently reduced. He wrote about exactly that, at length, in the Genealogy, where the whole account of resentment is a description of people who survived injury and were made smaller by it. The line is from a list of provocations. It was never meant to be a doctrine, but it escaped, and it has had a bigger career than the books. That, in one example, is what happened to him. Chapter 33. The Room at Night. Come back to Turin one more time, and this time it is night. The city is quiet. The arcades are empty. The gas lamps under the columns make small pools of light on wet stone, and there is nobody walking. Upstairs, in the room above the newsstand, the lamp is still on. He is at the table. There are proofs in front of him, because there are always proofs now. He is making corrections in a small hand. Every so often he stops and looks at the window, which at this hour shows him only the room reflected back. He is 44. He has been working since before 6 this morning. He has walked perhaps 10 kilometers. He has eaten twice. He has played the piano for an hour. He has written 4 letters. He believes tonight that he has finished the work of his life, that it is the most important work anyone has done in centuries, and that within a year or 2, everything will change. He is right about the work. He is wrong about the year or 2. He has, though he cannot know it, about 3 weeks of this left. There is no way to warn him and no reason to want to. What would you tell him? Rest? He has rested for a decade between attacks, and it produced nothing. Slow down? The books came at that speed or not at all. So we leave him at the table with the lamp on, which is where he would want to be left. And here is the only thing I want you to take from the picture, and it is small. He did not know. On the 20th of December 1888, he was a man at his desk, with a full future in front of him and a list of things to do next. He had plans. He had a publisher to argue with. He was intending to spend the spring somewhere warm. None of it came. It was simply the last ordinary December. That is not a frightening thought, though it can be made into one. It is the ordinary condition of every person who has ever lived, including you, including tonight, and the only way to hold it that is any use at all is the one he arrived at himself. You cannot secure the future. You cannot even reliably see it from 3 weeks out. What is available is this: the room you are in, the work you did today, the walk you took, and whether you can look at the whole arrangement and say yes to it. That is the entire practical content of amor fati. It is not a technique, it is a posture toward a life you are not in charge of. Let me add one more thing to the picture of that room, because it is the detail I would take if I could take only one. He kept the proofs in order. That is what Overbeck found him doing on the 8th of January, sitting in the corner of a sofa with proofs. Whatever had happened in the preceding days, whatever the letters signed with two gods represent, the man was still, in some part of himself, correcting a text for the printer. The work did not stop when everything else did. It was the last thing running. I do not want to make that noble. It may simply be that a habit 20 years deep is the last habit to go, which is a fact about habits rather than about him. But if you have ever wondered what is actually load-bearing in a person, that is a data point. Not the beliefs, not the self-image, the thing the hands do when nothing else is working. Chapter 34. A slower pass through eternal recurrence. Because we have time, let us go back through the heaviest idea more slowly, since it is the one worth carrying out of tonight. Imagine the question is put to you now, tonight, in this room, as it is put in the book. This life, exactly as it has been, again, endlessly. The first response most people have is refusal, and the refusal is usually specific. There is a particular year you would not do again, a relationship, a decision, a period of illness, something you did to somebody or something done to you. That specificity is the point of the exercise. It shows you, quickly and without argument, where you are still in litigation with your own past. The second response, if you sit with it, is usually a form of bargaining. Yes, but without that. The same life minus the one thing. And that is where the idea does its work, because it does not permit the subtraction. The whole reason it is stated in that extreme form, every pain and every joy and every sigh in the same succession, is to close the door on editing. Why should the door be closed? Because a life is not a list of separable items. The things you would keep grew out of the things you would remove. The person capable of the good years is the person who came through the bad ones. Remove the one, and you do not get a cleaner version of the same life. You get a different person who does not have your goods either. That is not mysticism. It is just what causation is. So the question becomes, given that it is all one thing and cannot be edited, what is your relationship to it? He identified 3 possible answers, and the third is the one he was after: resentment. The past is an injury, the injury is ongoing, and the appropriate stance is grievance. This is emotionally coherent and completely unproductive, and it has the specific property of continuing to cost you at 3 in the morning forever for events that finished decades ago. Resignation. It happened, nothing can be done, and I will endure it. This is better. It is what a lot of hard-won maturity looks like. He thought it was still a defeat, because at bottom it says the life was worse than it should have been, and I am putting up with it. Affirmation. Not that it was good, not that it was deserved, that it is mine, and it is the only one, and I would have it. He said this was his formula for greatness in a human being, to want nothing to be other than it is, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. I will be straight with you. Almost nobody can do this on demand, and he could not do it consistently either. The letters from the bad years are full of complaint, but there is a weaker and much more achievable version, and it is worth having. Not, I affirm, my whole life. Just, for the length of this one night, I am not going to argue with the parts of it that are already finished. That is available. That is a thing you can actually do lying in the dark, and it costs nothing, and nobody will know. Here is a smaller version of the recurrence question that I find more usable, and I offer it because the full version is very heavy. Do not ask about the whole life. Ask about today. Today exactly as it was. The morning you did not want to start. The thing that went wrong at about 11. The conversation you handled poorly. The stretch in the afternoon that was actually fine and that you did not notice at the time. The evening. This, again, endlessly. Most people, asked about a whole life, refuse immediately, because a whole life contains the worst thing that ever happened to them. Asked about an ordinary Tuesday, the answer is usually different. Usually it is something like, yes, that was fine, I would take that. And that is a more accurate reading of a life than the aggregate, because a life is made of ordinary Tuesdays with a very small number of exceptions. The exceptions dominate the memory. They do not dominate the life. There is an enormous difference between those two statements, and it is worth sitting with for a moment before you let it go. Chapter 35, on the things you cannot put down. There is a related idea in Zarathustra that gets less attention and is more directly useful at this hour. He has his character say that the will cannot will backwards, and that this is the will's deepest problem. Everything else the will can act on. The past is the one place where it is completely powerless. It cannot break time. It cannot roll back a stone that has been thrown. And so, he says, the will becomes an angry spectator of everything past, and its anger has nowhere to go. And this is the source of the spirit of revenge, which he thought was the deepest sickness in human beings. Look at what that names. Nearly all persistent nighttime suffering is the will trying to will backwards. You are lying there running a conversation from 9 years ago with the better sentence you have since composed. You are redeciding a decision that has already produced its consequences. You are prosecuting somebody who is not present and would not accept the verdict. None of this can achieve anything, not a small amount, precisely zero. The stone is thrown. There is no mechanism by which any amount of nighttime processing reaches back and alters a single event. And yet, the machinery runs, because it is built to solve problems and it cannot tell that this one is closed. His proposed resolution is the redemption of the past, and it works by a change of preposition to turn every "it" was into a "thus I willed it." That sounds impossible and grand. Practically, it comes down to something smaller: the difference between an event that happened to you and an event that is part of your story. Same event, entirely different weight. You will not do that tonight, and there is no need to try. The version for tonight is only this: when the machinery starts up, you can notice what it is doing. It is trying to will backwards. That is all. It is a mechanism performing an impossible operation on a closed file. You do not have to fight it. You just do not have to believe it is working on something. Let it run in the next room with the door shut. There is a companion idea about forgetting that pairs with this, and it is one of his more surprising positions. He argued that forgetting is not a defect of memory, but an active and necessary faculty, that a creature which remembered everything perfectly would be paralyzed, that there is a doorkeeper function, a positive suppression, and that the health of an organism depends on it working. And he says the person with a strong digestive apparatus for experience gets over things, not by working through them in the modern sense, but by an active discharge that is closer to metabolism. He contrasts that with the person in whom nothing gets discharged, in whom every injury stays live and current, and he says that this is the physiological basis of resentment. Now, we have spent a century building therapies on the opposite assumption, that things must be brought up and processed rather than let go, and I am not qualified to adjudicate that and will not try. But I notice that at 2 a.m, the problem is very rarely that something has been insufficiently examined. It is almost always that something has been examined 900 times and will not go down. If that is where you are, his suggestion is at least a different one. Not more processing, less. Not because the thing does not matter, but because the apparatus that was going to metabolize it has been prevented from doing so by being made to look at it repeatedly. You can stop looking at it. That is permitted. It will still be there in the morning if it needs to be. Chapter 36. The Walking. Of all the practical things in his life, the one he was most insistent about was walking, and it is worth taking seriously because he took it seriously. He wrote that only thoughts which come while walking have any value. He wrote that he distrusted any idea conceived while sitting down. He said, more sharply, that the sedentary life is the real sin against the Holy Spirit. He walked between 6 and 8 hours a day in some periods, up the Engadine paths in summer, along the Ligurian coast in winter, around Turin in that final year, out past the river and up into the hills. He was not doing it for health, though he believed it helped. He was doing it because it was how the sentences arrived. There is a reason this recurs among people who make things. Long walking occupies just enough of the mind to stop it from steering. It suppresses the executive function that is constantly trying to direct thought toward a goal, and in that suppression things surface that would not have surfaced under supervision. Sitting at a desk demanding an idea is a poor method, because the demanding is done by the part of you that already knows what it wants, and what it wants is by definition something you already have. The eternal recurrence arrived beside a lake, on a walk, 6,000 feet up, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon. I am not going to turn this into a life tip at this hour, but if you have been sitting at something and it will not come, the historical record is fairly consistent about what to do, and it is not to sit at it harder. There is also a quieter observation underneath it. The best hours of his life, by his own account, were spent walking alone in high country. No audience, no colleague, no conversation, just a man on a path with a notebook, moving. For 15 years, the entire reward system of his working life consisted of that. The moment on the path when the thing came clear. There was nothing else. No money, no readers, no status, no letters from admirers. Which means, if you want to be strict about it, that everything of value in the life of Friedrich Nietzsche happened in private, was witnessed by nobody, and was fully complete before anybody else was involved. That is a strange and rather liberating fact to lie in the dark with. There is one more thing about the walking that is worth saying, and it is about time rather than ideas. 8 hours a day of walking is not a productivity technique. By any modern accounting, it is a catastrophic use of a working day. He had, by his own estimate, only a few genuinely clear hours in most days because of the illness. And he spent the majority of his available waking time moving slowly through landscape with no output at all. And in that regime, he produced 15 books. I am not offering this as a method, because most of us cannot arrange our lives that way, and the comparison is not fair. I offer it only as a correction to an assumption. The assumption is that output is a function of time at the desk. His life is a fairly strong counterexample, and so are quite a lot of others. The hours that look like nothing are frequently the hours doing the work. There is no way to prove this from inside them, which is why they always feel like waste and why we keep cutting them. Chapter 37. The Friends. We should say something about the people who stayed, because the story is usually told as one of total isolation, and that is not quite fair to them. There was Franz Overbeck, who was the best of them, a church historian who did not share his friends' views and did not need to. He handled the money. He handled the practical crises. He went to Turin in January without hesitating. He remained, for the rest of his life, skeptical of the cult that grew up afterward, and he fell out with Elizabeth over what she was doing to the papers, and he was right. There was Peter Gast, whose real name was Heinrich Koslitz, a composer whose own music Nietzsche promoted with more enthusiasm than the music could bear. He copied out manuscripts by hand for years because his friend's handwriting was becoming unreadable. His devotion was total and, in the end, uncritical, and he collaborated with Elizabeth on the Will to Power edition, which is the one real blot on him. There was Malwida von Meisenbug, an older woman, a writer, who kept a kind of salon and who tried repeatedly to arrange a marriage for him and never gave up on the friendship. There was Erwin Rhodey, a fellow classicist and the closest friend of his youth, who defended the birth of tragedy publicly at real cost to his own career, and then drifted away over years, as friends do. And there is a letter late in the 1880s in which Nietzsche notes the drifting with a directness that is hard to read. And there was Georg Brandes, who arrived last and mattered enormously. A Danish critic of real standing who read the books, understood them, called the philosophy aristocratic radicalism, which Nietzsche liked, and stood up in a hall in Copenhagen and told several hundred people that this man existed. Their correspondence lasted about a year. It is the only sustained exchange in his life with a reader who was fully his equal as a reader. So, not nobody, 4 or 5 people who stayed the whole way, which is more than a lot of people manage, and which he sometimes acknowledged and sometimes in the depths did not. The isolation was real. It was intellectual rather than social. He had friends. He had almost no one who could follow the argument. That is a specific loneliness, and it is not solved by company. If you have ever sat in a warm room full of people who like you and felt entirely alone, you know the exact shape of it, and it is worth knowing that it is not a personal failing and that it has been felt by better people than either of us. A word about Erwin Rhodey, because the ending of that friendship is the one that would keep me awake. They were students together. They were inseparable. When the birth of tragedy was attacked, Rhodey wrote a public defense at real professional risk because he believed in his friend. And then, over 15 years, it thinned. Rhodey stayed in the profession and became eminent. Nietzsche left it and became strange. They wrote less. The letters got more formal. There were misunderstandings that neither man chased down. In 1887, there is a last exchange. Rhodey says something dismissive about a writer Nietzsche admired. Nietzsche replies sharply. Rhodey replies coolly. And that is the end. 2 men who had been like brothers at 22, finishing on a small disagreement about a third party at 43, with neither of them intending it to be the end. That is how most long friendships actually end. Not a rupture, a last letter that nobody knew was the last one. If somebody came to mind just then, that is what the paragraph was for. You do not have to do anything about it tonight. Chapter 38. What the Fino family saw. I keep coming back to the landlords, because their view of him is the only one in the whole story that was not looking for a philosopher. David Fino sold newspapers under the arcade. His wife kept the rooms. There were children. They had a German lodger. He was courteous. He paid. He kept regular hours. He went out for long walks and came back with a notebook. He wrote constantly. He got a great deal of post. He was, they said, gentle and rather formal, and he lifted his hat. In the last weeks, something changed. He was louder in the evenings. The piano playing went on later and became stranger. He sang. There was some shouting. At one point, by one account, he was dancing. And here is what they did, which is the part I want to sit with. They did not call the police. They did not have him removed to a public asylum, which in 1889 Italy would have been a very simple thing to do with a foreign lodger who had begun to alarm the neighbours. They looked after him. They kept him in his room. They fed him. They waited. They found the address of a friend and made sure a message got out. When Overbeck arrived, he found a man being cared for by people who had no idea he was anybody, and who had extended to a stranger who had become inconvenient an ordinary and undramatic decency. There is no philosophy in that. The Finos did not have a theory of the will to power. They were a family who sold newspapers. But of everything in this story, it is the part I would want you to keep. Because the man upstairs had spent 20 years writing about strength, about what a noble type looks like, about the difference between real generosity and the kind that requires the other person to be beneath you. And when the test came, it was not answered by any of his readers, of whom there were almost none. It was answered by a newsagent's family in Turin who could not read a word he had written. I do not think he would have minded that. I think, on his better days, it is close to what he meant. One more thing about the Finos, from Overbeck's account. When Overbeck arrived and it became clear that the lodger would have to be taken away, there was the question of the bill and the belongings. The family had been dealing for weeks with a man whose behavior had become alarming in a small apartment, with children in the house. They had lost sleep. There had been noise at night. They made no fuss about any of it. They helped pack. They handed over the papers and the books. Davide Fino kept some manuscript pages that had been left behind, and later, when the name became famous, he could have sold them into a market that was extremely hungry for exactly that. The record on what happened to them afterward is thin, and I am not going to claim more than it supports. But the shape of what they did in January 1889 is not thin. It is documented by the man who came to collect him and had no reason to flatter them. They were kind to someone who had become difficult, at cost, for no return, to a foreigner they barely knew. That is the whole of it. It is a small thing, and it is on the record, which is more than most small kindnesses manage. Chapter 39. The 11 Years. Again. We passed over the silent years quickly the first time. Let us go back, slowly, because they deserve better than a paragraph. 11 years and 7 months. From January 1889 to August 1900. 14 months of it in institutions. 7 years in his mother's house in Naumburg. 3 years in his sister's villa in Weimar. We know some things about how it was. He slept a great deal. He was walked. He sat by windows. He was, most of the time, physically comfortable and not in evident distress, which is worth saying, because the imagination supplies horror where the record does not. He recognized his mother, at least sometimes. There are notes of him responding to her by name. The piano continued for years. That is the detail that undoes people, and it undoes me too. Whatever had gone, whatever part of the machinery had stopped, the hands still knew. He would sit down and improvise, and people in the house would stop what they were doing. Music was the first thing he had. He was composing before he was writing philosophy. He had wanted as a young man to be a composer, and Wagner had told him kindly and firmly that he should not be, and it was the last thing to go. Toward the end he stopped speaking almost entirely, and there are very few reports of anything from the final years. And I want to say something about how we should hold this, because there is a way of telling it that turns him into a symbol, and I think that is a small cruelty. He was not, during those years, a philosophical statement. He was not the death of God embodied, or the tragic price of thinking too hard, or a warning about staring into the abyss. Those readings all appeared quickly and are all in circulation, and all of them use a sick man as a piece of rhetoric. He was a person who became ill, very likely from something in his brain that we still cannot name, that had probably been at work for 20 years, that had produced the headaches and the eye trouble and the vomiting long before it produced anything else. That is not poetic. It is medicine, and it is bad luck. And the same bad luck happens to people who have never had an idea in their lives. The books are one thing. The illness is another thing. They happened to the same man, in the same skull, and there is no evidence that either caused the other. It is possible to hold both without a lesson. In fact, I think it is required. There is a specific reason the piano detail matters beyond sentiment, and it is worth one paragraph. Musical performance of that kind is among the most integrated things a human being does. It requires motor memory, temporal structure, harmonic prediction, and continuous adjustment. It is distributed across the brain rather than localized. That it survived for years, while language and identity did not, is a genuinely informative fact, and it has been noted in the medical literature on his case. But I did not raise it for the neurology. I raised it because of what it does to the picture in your head. If you are imagining a blank man in a chair, that is not what the record describes. The record describes somebody who, on some afternoons, sat down at an instrument and produced music that made the people in the house stop and listen. Something was still there. What it was and what it was like from inside, nobody can say. But it is not nothing, and I would rather leave you with that than with the chair. Chapter 40. The Tightrope. There is an image near the start of Zarathustra that is worth having, and it is one of the few places where he wrote about ordinary people with unmistakable tenderness. Zarathustra comes into a market town and finds a crowd waiting for a tightrope walker. He tries to give them his teaching, and they ignore him because they are there for the show. The rope walker comes out and starts across. Halfway over, a jester comes out behind him, mocking him, and leaps over him, and the walker loses his footing and falls into the square. The crowd scatters. Zarathustra stays. He kneels by the dying man, who is frightened and who says he has lost everything, because he was nothing but an animal taught to dance for food. And Zarathustra tells him that there is nothing to fear, that there is no devil and no hell, that his soul will be dead before his body. And then he says the thing that matters. You have made danger your calling, and there is nothing contemptible in that. I will bury you with my own hands. He carries the body out of the town himself at night and buries it in a hollow tree. I bring this in near the end because of what the image is actually saying about a human life. The rope is stretched between the animal and the overman. Being human is not a place. It is a crossing. What is valuable about the human being, he writes, is that it is a bridge and not an end, and that it can be loved for being a going over and a going under. And the man on the rope is not a hero and does not know philosophy. He is a working performer who fell. Zarathustra buries him anyway, personally, at some cost, because the man did a dangerous thing for a living and did not pretend it was safe. That is as close as Nietzsche comes to a statement about ordinary dignity, and it is easy to miss because it is wrapped in the strangest book he wrote. There is no requirement to be magnificent. There is a rope, and you are on it, and you keep going across, and the going across is the thing. Most people fall somewhere in the middle. He thought that was worth burying with your own hands. There is one more line in the tightrope scene that I passed over, and it is the one that made me want to include the whole episode. After the man dies, the crowd has gone and the jester has gone. Zarathustra sits beside the body for a long time in the empty square, and then he picks it up and carries it away himself. He walks for hours with a dead man on his back. He gets tired. At one point he stops in a wood and eats bread and drinks and sits with the body. The greatest teacher in the book, at the very beginning of the book, spends his first night doing manual labor for a stranger who cannot know about it. Whatever else Nietzsche was doing with the figure of the overman, he opened the book with that. It is the closest thing in his work to a description of what he thought a good person actually does, and it is not a doctrine, and there is no argument attached. Somebody fell. Somebody carried him. Chapter 41. What it means that he was wrong. A lot. I want to spend a little time on his errors, because a night of unqualified admiration is not restful and is not honest. He was wrong about women, repeatedly and in a way that is not rescued by context. Some of it is the standard prejudice of his time and class, which explains without excusing. Some of it is worse than his time, and is plainly the wound from 1882 speaking. The odd thing is that his actual conduct was better than his prose. He took Lou Salome entirely seriously as a mind, and Malwida von Meisenbug too, but the sentences are on the page and they are bad. He was wrong about biology and physiology, though not culpably. He was working with the science of the 1880s. His talk of breeding and types has an inheritance model behind it that is simply obsolete, and it is precisely the vocabulary that was most easily stolen. He was wrong, or at least never adequate, on the central constructive question. He demolished the old foundations with tremendous force and then said that new values would be created by people capable of creating them. How? By what standard? Against what check? He gestures. The critical work is overwhelming. The building work is a sketch. And his tone in the last year genuinely does slip. Compare the wit of Beyond Good and Evil with the temperature of the Antichrist. Something has gone out of the modulation. None of this is a reason not to read him. It is a reason not to read him the way his worst admirers do, which is as a source of permissions. The best readers of him have always been the ones who argue back. He wanted that explicitly. He wrote that one repays a teacher badly by remaining only a pupil, and that his readers should turn against him. That is an unusual thing to build into your own work, and it is the strongest evidence that whatever he was doing, he was not founding a religion. He was, in the end, a man who thought out loud at extremely high volume for 20 years and left the notebooks open. You are allowed to disagree with him at 3 in the morning. He would have preferred it. There is a way of holding his errors that I think is the right one, and I want to say it plainly. He is not a source of authority. He is a source of questions and of a method. If you take him as an authority, you will end up defending sentences that are indefensible, because he wrote a lot of sentences at high speed over 20 years, and some of them are bad. If you take him as a method, the bad sentences do not matter very much. You use the move, which is to ask what a values history is and what work a belief is performing, and you apply it to the world in front of you, including to his sentences. He said as much himself. The passage about repaying a teacher badly by remaining only a pupil is not modesty. It is a specification for how the work is supposed to be used. There is a general principle in there for anybody you admire, alive or dead. The ones worth keeping are the ones who hand you a tool. The ones to be careful of are the ones who hand you conclusions. Chapter 42. The quiet part. Here is what I think is the most useful thing in all of it, and it is not a famous line. Underneath every one of the big ideas is a single move repeated. He keeps asking, what is this belief doing for the person who holds it? Not, is it true? That question comes later, and often cannot be answered. But what work is it performing? What would this person have to feel if they did not have it? He applies it to religion, to morality, to philosophy, to art, to politics, and, most uncomfortably, to himself. And what it reveals, over and over, is that a great many of our firmest positions are load-bearing walls for something else. The person is not primarily interested in the belief. The person is interested in not having to feel a particular thing, and the belief is the arrangement that spares them. That is a tool, and you can use it without signing up to anything else in his work. The reason it is worth having at this hour is that it applies rather well to the thoughts that circle at night, because those thoughts have a function too. That is the counterintuitive part. The 3 in the morning prosecution of your own past is not a malfunction. It is doing something. Usually, it is maintaining the belief that the outcome was controllable, because a world in which you could have prevented it is more bearable than a world in which you could not. That is the trade. You accept guilt in exchange for the feeling of agency. Guilt is painful, but it preserves the sense that you are in charge of your life. Helplessness is worse. So the mind runs the loop, and the loop is expensive, and it is buying something real. Noticing what it is buying tends to take the pressure out of it. Not entirely, but you can lie there and say, quite mildly, I know why this is running. It is trying to keep me in charge of something that was never in my hands. And then you do not have to win the argument, because you can see that the argument was never about the facts. That is Nietzsche's actual method, applied to a bedroom at night, which is not what he intended it for, and is one of the more legitimate uses it has ever been put to. An extension of the same tool, applied gently, because it is late. Ask not only what a belief does for the holder, but what a mood does. The 3 in the morning state has a function too. It is not only cognitive. There is a physiological flaw under it. Cortisol rises in the small hours, body temperature is at its lowest. The mechanisms that produce perspective are simply offline, which means that the version of your life you are being shown at this hour is not a more honest version. It is a version produced by a system running at reduced capacity. And it has a characteristic bias, and the bias is well documented. Things look worse at 3 in the morning for everybody. Not because things are worse, because it is 3 in the morning. He would have liked that, I think, because it is exactly his kind of argument. The content of a thought explained by the state of the body having it. You do not have to believe what you are being told right now. The source is unreliable, and it will be replaced without any effort from you by a different and better calibrated source in a few hours. When it gets light, chapter 43, the last books on the table. Let us take one more look at the table in the room in Turin and what is actually on it. Proofs of Twilight of the Idols, which will be published within weeks and which he will never see reviewed. The manuscript of the Antichrist, finished, which will not be published in full until 1995, 6 years after his collapse, because of the family and the caution of the executors. The manuscript of Ecce Homo, revised and re-revised, which will not appear until 1908, 8 years after his death, in a version his sister has adjusted. Nietzsche contra Wagner, assembled, which he will send to the printer and then in the last week try to withdraw. The Dionysian dithyrambs, poems, finished. Letters, half-written. Every one of those objects on the table has a future he will not be present for. Every one will be published, argued about, mistranslated, stolen, restored, and taught. The pile of paper under the lamp in a rented room is going to reorganize a century, and from where he is sitting, it is just the work. Slightly behind schedule, the printer is slow, there is a problem with a paragraph on page 40. I find this a genuinely calming thing to think about, and I am going to tell you why. Because it removes the requirement to know. We spend an enormous amount of energy trying to evaluate our own lives in real time. Is this working? Is it going anywhere? Should I have done the other thing? Am I too late? He could not have answered any of those questions accurately in December 1888. Ask him, and he would have said the world was about to be split in two, which was wrong about the timing and right about the substance in a way he could not have specified. Nobody has access to the evaluation while they are inside the thing. The evaluation is done later by other people using information that does not exist yet. Which means that the anxious accounting you may be doing tonight is not merely painful, it is technically impossible. You are trying to compute a value that does not have inputs. You can put the calculator down, not because it will all turn out well, because the sum cannot be done at this hour by you with what you have. There is one more object I did not put on that table, and it belongs there. A copy of a book by Georg Brandes, or a letter from him. Something from Copenhagen, because that is what was actually happening in the outside world in the last months, and it is easy to lose it under the drama of everything else. A serious critic in another country had read the books, understood them, and started telling people. The thing he had waited 15 years for had begun, not in full, not enough to change his circumstances, but it had started, and he knew it had started, and the letters show him holding on to it. There is a version of this story in which that is the tragedy. It arrived, and then he could not have it. There is another version in which it is the one mercy in the whole account, that before everything stopped, he had, for about a year, the knowledge that he had been read and understood by somebody worth being read by. I prefer the second, and I do not think preferring it is dishonest, because both are supported by the record. He knew, not the scale of it, but he knew it had begun. Chapter 44. The Good Hours. There is a passage in The Gay Science where he talks about what he calls the great health, and it is not what the phrase suggests. He does not mean the absence of illness. He means a capacity, the constitution required to lose your certainties without being destroyed by the loss. The ability to go without the old comforts and not collapse into either despair or a hurried replacement. He thought it was rare and that it had to be acquired, and that you acquired it mostly by surviving the loss of things. There is a related idea in his letters that I like better because it is smaller. He kept track of good hours, not good years or good months, hours, because that was the unit available to him. A morning when the head was clear, an afternoon on a path with the light right, an evening when the piano went well. He writes about these with a specificity that a healthy person would find excessive, and it is only excessive if you have never had to count them. There is a way of living in which you are always waiting for the period to begin. The good year, when the thing resolves, when the situation changes. And the effect of that waiting is that the actual hours pass unnoticed because they are being treated as the interval before the real thing. He had no reason to expect a good period. There was no evidence one was coming. So he took the hours. I do not want to make this into a lesson about gratitude, because gratitude has been thoroughly ruined by being recommended. It is closer to bookkeeping. He simply kept an accurate ledger, and the accurate ledger showed that his life, which was miserable in aggregate, contained a considerable number of very good hours, and that those hours were not made worse by the aggregate. That is true of yours as well, and it is worth noting that the aggregate is a construction. Nobody has ever experienced an aggregate. It is a summary produced afterward, usually at night, usually by the part of you that is trying to will backwards. The hours are the only thing that was ever real. You had some today, probably not many, probably not the ones you would have chosen, but there were some, and they have happened, and nothing that comes afterward can go back and take them. There is a phrase in the letters from the good stretches that I keep returning to. He describes, more than once, a particular kind of morning, waking without pain, knowing the day will hold, and the specific quality of that knowledge. Anybody who has had a long illness recognizes it immediately. It is not happiness, It is the sudden absence of a negotiation you had forgotten you were conducting. And what he does with those mornings is the part worth noticing. He does not celebrate them. He does not rest. He works immediately, because the morning is the resource and it is not guaranteed to repeat. There is an economy in that which is unlike the way most of us treat a good day. We tend to treat a good day as the normal state briefly restored, and therefore as an occasion for catching up on rest and errands. He treated it as an unexpected grant. I am not sure that is a healthier way to live. It probably is not. But it does produce a different relationship to an ordinary functioning day, and if you have had one recently and did not notice it, that is a thing you can be slightly more alert to next time. Chapter 45. What he would not say to you. It seems fair, this late, to be clear about what he would not offer. He would not tell you that everything happens for a reason. He thought the search for reasons behind events was one of the oldest and most damaging habits of the species, and that it produced most of religion and a great deal of unnecessary guilt. He would not tell you that your suffering has made you deeper. He allowed that it might, in some cases, for some people, and he was emphatic that in most cases it simply wastes a person. He would not tell you that you are enough as you are. That sentence would have made him extremely uncomfortable, because his entire project is about becoming, about the organization of a self over time, about effort. He would have said that you are material, and that the question is what you do with it. He would not tell you it gets better. He had no evidence for that, and it did not for him. He would not tell you that you are being watched over. What he would say, in various forms across 20 years, is roughly this: that the life you have is the one there is, that it cannot be exchanged, edited, or appealed, that you are, whether you like it or not, the person who is going to have to make something of it, and that the alternative to making something of it is not neutrality, it is decay, because nothing stands still. That is a hard doctrine, and it does not comfort in the ordinary way. But notice what it does do, which is why people keep coming back to him at 3 a.m. rather than at 2 p.m. It takes you seriously. It does not manage you. It does not tell you that your situation is fine when it is not. It assumes you can hear the actual state of things. And for a certain kind of person, in the dark, that is worth more than reassurance. Being lied to gently is its own kind of loneliness. He is one of the very few writers who will simply tell you where you are and then stay in the room. There is one more thing he would not say, and it is the largest one. He would not tell you that it will make sense later. That is the deepest and most common of the consolations, and it survives the loss of religion almost intact. The idea that the pattern will become visible from further away, that the difficult years will turn out to have been necessary, that you will look back and understand. He thought this was the last and most sophisticated version of the thing he had spent his life on, the projection of meaning onto a process that does not have any in order to make the process bearable. And he did not offer a replacement of the same kind. He offered something much colder and, I think, in the end, sturdier. Not, it will make sense, but you can decide to have it anyway. The affirmation is not a discovery about the world. It is a stance you adopt toward a world that will not supply one. That is why he called it a formula for greatness rather than a consolation, and why it is so difficult, and why almost nobody does it consistently. But it has one enormous advantage over the alternative. It cannot be taken away by evidence. Chapter 46, The Village at the End. The churchyard at Recurrence is very quiet. The village is small even now. There is the church, low, with a squat tower. There is the parsonage where he was born, still standing. There is a lime tree. There are fields in every direction, flat, planted, running to a low horizon. The graves are set against the wall of the church. Carlo Ludwig Nietzsche, pastor, dead at 35. Franziska, who outlived her husband by 48 years and cared for her son for 7 of them. Elizabeth, who lived to 90 and did what she did, and Friedrich between them. 55 years, and the whole arc of it comes back to a churchyard about 40 meters from the room he was born in. People come, not many, but steadily, from all over the world to a village most Germans could not find on a map. They stand for a few minutes. Some of them leave stones. I do not think there is any deep meaning in the geography. He did not choose it. His sister did, and it was the obvious choice. But there is something in the smallness of the loop that I keep turning over. He left that village at 5. He went to the strictest school in Germany, then to 2 universities, then to a professorship at 24, then to 10 years of homeless wandering across Switzerland and Italy, then to a room in Turin where he wrote 4 books in a year, then to an asylum, then to his mother's house, then to his sister's villa, then back. The whole enormous circuit, the collapse of a civilization's foundations diagnosed and published, and the distance covered from start to finish, is the width of a churchyard. That is not a sad thought at this hour. I think it is the opposite. Everything he made happened in rooms, small rented rooms, in cheap boarding houses, on tables with a lamp. Not in institutions, not in public, not in the presence of anyone who mattered. The life was small and portable and mostly invisible, and it was completely sufficient for the work. Which suggests quietly that the conditions required for a significant life are much more modest than we assume. A room, some hours, a walk, something you are trying to get right. You have those, or something close to them. About the plaque on the building in Turin, and about pilgrimage generally. People go. They stand under the arcade on via Carlo Alberto and look up at the 3rd floor. They walk to the piazza and look at the space where a horse may or may not have stood. They photograph it. And there is nothing there. That is the honest report of everybody who has gone. It is a street in a working city. There is traffic. The kiosk is long gone. The room is somebody's flat. The same is true of the churchyard at Recurrence and of the house in Sils Maria and of every other site. I mention this not to discourage anybody. Going to places is a good and human thing to do. But the thing that was there is not there. It was never in the room. It was in a man's head while he was in the room, and it came out through his hand onto paper, and the paper is what survived. And the paper is available anywhere, including in the dark, including as a voice. which means that the closest anybody now living can get to Friedrich Nietzsche is not a street in Turin. It is a page. Chapter 47, Letting the Room Go Dark. We are near the end now, so let us put the room away. Turin, the last week of December 1888. The lamp is on. The proofs are on the table. Outside, under the arcade, the gas lamps are burning, and there is nobody in the square. He works a while longer. He puts down the pen. He looks out the window for a moment at nothing in particular. Then he turns the lamp down, and the room goes dark, and the shape of the window stays a little lighter than the walls, the way it does. He does not know what is coming, and he has 3 weeks left, and he is, at this moment, entirely content. Let him have it. It is the last of it, and he earned it. Downstairs, the newsstand is shuttered. The Finos are asleep. The city is quiet in the particular way that cold cities are quiet. And the paper on the table sits there in the dark, doing nothing, meaning nothing yet, waiting for 137 years of readers who have not been born. Now let the room go. Let Turin go, and the arcades, and the coal. You are not there. You are here, lying down, in a room of your own, with the day finished behind you and nothing further required of you tonight. The things you did not do today will be there tomorrow, and they will be roughly the same size. The things you cannot change happened somewhere behind you, and no amount of attention will reach them. The things you are afraid of are in a place you cannot see from here, and nobody has ever been able to see from here, including him, 3 weeks out. What is actually in front of you is a dark room, a bed, and the next few hours. Before the room goes dark, one last look at the window. The window of a rented room at night gives you 2 things at once. Through it, the street, the lamps, the wet stone, the city, and on it, faintly, the room reflected, the lamp, the table, the shape of yourself sitting there. Both images occupy the same surface. Which one you see depends only on where you focus. That is not a metaphor he used, as far as I know. I am putting it here because it is true of windows and because it is a restful thing to hold. He spent 20 years looking hard at the reflection, at the observer, at what the observer needed, at the machinery behind the looking, and it cost him. That kind of attention, sustained for 2 decades, with no relief and no company, is not a neutral activity. Tonight, you do not have to look at either one. You can let the window be a window, and the room be dark, and the difference between the street and the reflection be something that does not require a decision. Chapter 48. The last of it. Almost done. Here is the whole thing, compressed, so you can let the details go. A boy lost his father at 4 and grew up in a house of women in mourning. He was very good at Greek. He became the youngest professor in Germany at 24 and destroyed his own academic standing at 28 by writing a book that was too alive to be scholarship. He lost his great friendship, then his health, then his post. He spent a decade moving between rented rooms, in pain, writing books nobody bought. He asked one question for 20 years. What happens to a civilization when the thing everything was resting on quietly goes, and nobody says so? He answered it more accurately than anyone else of his century, and he was not thanked for it. In one extraordinary year, in a room above a newsstand in Turin, he wrote 4 books, told everyone he had never been happier, and then, in the first week of January, sent a dozen very short letters signed with the names of 2 gods, and stopped. He lived 11 more years and said almost nothing. His name became famous while he sat by a window. His sister took the notebooks and made a book he had abandoned and gave it to the worst people in Europe. Scholars spent 60 years putting it right. He is buried beside his father in the village where he was born, about 40 meters from the room. And what he left after all of it is a small number of questions that will not leave you alone once you have heard them. Would you live this life again, exactly, if that were the offer? What is your certainty doing for you that you would have to feel if you let it go? What did you carry, what did you refuse, and what have you actually made that was not a reaction to something? You do not have to answer any of them tonight. They are not that kind of question. They are the kind you leave in the room and find later, in a year, on a walk, when something makes them relevant. For now, the only thing in front of you is the dark and the weight of your own body on the bed and your breathing, which has been going on all night without any supervision from you at all. There is a room in Turin with the lamp turned down. There is a village with a low church and a lime tree. There is a man walking beside a lake 6,000 feet up in 1881 on an ordinary afternoon, and something is about to arrive. And a last small thing, which is not philosophy at all. He liked ice cream. He wrote about it. He liked a particular cafe in Turin and a particular table. He liked the Alps on a clear morning and said so in half his letters. He liked good weather with an intensity that reads as almost childish. He loved music his whole life and played the piano until the last years. The man who diagnosed the collapse of Western meaning also had strong opinions about vegetables and complained about the postal service. That is not a contradiction, and it is not comic relief. It is what a person is. Nobody is their largest idea. Everybody who has ever thought anything enormous also had to decide what to have for lunch, and did decide roughly 1,000 times a year, without any of it being recorded. Whatever you are carrying tonight, you are also a person who has preferences about small things and a favorite chair and a way you like the pillow. That is not a lesser part of you that the serious part has to carry. It is most of what is actually there. Let that be the last of it. None of it needs anything from you. Let it be quiet now. Let the arguing stop, just for tonight, just for these few hours, because nothing you decide at this hour will hold in the morning anyway. You have had your day. It is finished. It was what it was, and it is already behind you, and it cannot be edited, and it does not need to be. Sleep now.